breakout. And the Kent openers, Zach Crawley, the England man, making his first appearance of the season in the county championship, is on the periphery of the playing surface with Ben Compton. And the Surrey fielders and bowlers are ready to enter the field as well after their skipper Rory Burns called correctly at the toss, won it, and unsurprisingly perhaps with the rain that we had this morning and with the slightly grey cloud that is about to make its way across the field of play. And yeah, they decided to field first. Dan Whiting is alongside me, Ben Watts. And well, first of all, do you want to let us know who's playing for Surrey in this one?
Yeah, certainly. The Surrey lineup is going to be Burns and Sibley, as we thought at the top of the order. Dan Lawrence, Jamie Smith, Ben Folkes, Cameron Steele, Jordan Clark, Tom Laws, Ryan Patel will be in that top order, Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell, and that's in no particular batting order.
Yeah. So Ollie Pope and Gus Atkinson coming out of the side from last time around, and then from a Kent point of view, they've opted to rest a couple of their bowlers. Wes Agar, the overseas, doesn't play in this one, neither does Nathan Gilchrist. So the batting order will look something like this: Ben Compton and Zach Crawley to open, captain Daniel Bell Drummond, Jack Leaning in at 4, no Tawanda Yeye in that top order, Joe Denley Senior, Uncle Joe, in at number 5, no Jaden. He drops out of the team, the 18-year-old, with Joey Everson fit to come back into the 11. Harry Finch is the wicket-keeper. So then the bowlers, Jazz Singh comes into the team. Arafat Bhuyan, who made his Kent debut against Surrey in the reverse fixture last season at the Oval and got some wickets in that one. He's in the side as well. George Garrett, the seamer who signed in the off-season, plays, as well as Matt Parkinson, the other man that they brought in, of course, officially in the off-season. He played in the One Day Cup for Kent last year, but is playing in the county championship as a Kent player, joining from Lancashire properly in the winter. So it's a slightly second string, and that's not even a disrespectful comment. You would look at the Kent second 11 that played a couple of weeks ago against Essex, and I think Arafat and Jazz Singh were opening the bowling in that game. Garrett has played, I think, all the games so far this season, has obviously just come into the Kent team. And if you were saying, okay, fully fit Kent attack, originally they'd planned on having Xavier Bartlett and having 2 overseas players at the start of the season. So at one point you were looking at him and Agar, plus the likes of Matt Quinn. Michael Cohen's out for the season with a stress fracture at the back, left arm, a quick bowler that they brought in the winter as well. So, and then probably Nathan Gilchrist as well, who's been rested for this one. So yeah, it is effectively a second string, a seam attack for Kent, certainly for this one. So yeah, an interesting lineup.
Definitely. Umpires just making their way out to the middle. It's Michael Burns and Ben Debenham with your match referee, the old Glamorgan slow left armer, Dean Koska, who'll be our match referee. And here come the players. So Surrey led by Rory Burns. Well, Kemar Roach seems to be leading the side out, but I'm sure Rory Burns is skippering. Players bedecked in their cable knit sweaters, although it's quite warm, isn't it? Even though there's a rather dirty great cloud to our left hand side.
Yes.
I hope that just moves around the side of us, fingers crossed.
It's definitely warmer in our commentary box than it probably is out there in the middle, with a little bit of a breeze.
Yep. Yeah, a little bit of a breeze, probably going straight down the ground.
We've had some nice sunshine while the players were warming up, so that's heated up our commentary position a little bit, but it has now clouded over somewhat, which is, well, perfect if your name's Dan Worrell, who I'm sure will be getting his hand on the Dukes very shortly, as will Kemar Roach. So this is going to be a nice test, a nice way to start the season for Zach Crawley. And Ben Compton will hope that, having got his eye in against the Kookaburra, he can feel suitably prepared now to take on the Dukes.
Yeah, Surrey rested. They played their 2 sort of express pace merchants last week with Overton and Gus Atkinson. at the Oval, neither playing today. So it's going to be Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell who will get us underway. In fact, Kemar Roach is going to be bowling from the Nackington Road end.
So just to fill you in on Ben Compton so far this season, averaging 51.50 thanks to the 100 that he made, 165. Ben Compton so far this season, his top score. In fact, that was his new best. Ben Compton, the 165 that he produced against Essex in that partnership with Daniel Bell-Drummond in the first innings. So Kemar Roach then from the Nackington Road end bowls the first ball of the game, and Compton is in behind this one and playing it out towards point. They've got, what, 4 slips?
Yeah.
So a busy cordon.
Yeah, Sibley, Burns, looks like Lawrence there at third. And I think that's Cameron Steele at fourth.
Alongside Ben Folkes, the wicketkeeper, of course. Number 7 on his back is clear to see. He's in the long sleeves, and then the crew next to him are all in jumpers. This one's down the leg side from Roach. Compton has a little bit of a fiddle at it, but plays and misses. Down away to Ben Folkes' right.
You're listening to Ben Watts for BBC Radio Kent, me, Dan Whiting, for BBC Radio London. And Ben, how do you think the Duke's ball, after we've had the Kookaburra ball experiment in the last couple of weeks, how do you think the Duke's ball is going to play?
I think the sort of perceived wisdom around the Kookaburra was that it did a bit early on, but not for very long, as Roach is in and bowling down the leg side. And sometimes the Dukes might even take 10 overs to really start moving around. Just it has that lacquer on it around the outside. So yeah, I think what we'll probably see is that the Duke's ball will do more for longer for the seamers, because it has that bigger seam as well than the Kookaburra ball. So in theory, it should certainly help the bowlers a bit more than they've had in the last couple of weeks. This one is off the back foot by Compton, just pushed away into the covers. We've obviously had all of these draws, apart from Essex winning one game in the 2 divisions. So
I spoke to Adam Finch at Worcestershire a couple of weeks ago, and he sort of shedded some interesting insight into it, actually. The fact that the Kookaburra ball, you have to hit the seam flush on, whereas the Duke's ball, if you even just nibble the corner, it will nibble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here comes Kemar Roach once more. 5th ball of the first over of play. Compton nudges it out towards mid-wicket. And that's where, say, Stuart Broad gets success in Test cricket with the wobble seam, doesn't he? Because if it just takes a little bit of that slightly more pronounced Duke seam, the ball, you get a little bit of sideways movement, you can get seaman swing, can't you? Whereas
and then the odd one which goes straight on, which is just as dangerous when the ball's darting around.
Yeah.
So,
whereas it's really felt like the Kookaburra, well, it might have done a bit early on, it's then gone quite flat in the middle period for bowlers. And Compton defending this last ball of the first over, so a maiden to start from Kemar Roach, the former West Indies fast bowler. And Kent are none without loss after Surrey put them in to bat. And I guess what it has done is produced a lot more spin. We have seen, and as we were talking about, I think Surrey taking however many wickets with spin in the first couple of matches of County Championship.
Cameron Steele, 14 wickets with his leg spin, which is, you know, who said it was a dying art?
Yeah, exactly. And even Dan Lawrence in the first game.
Yeah.
Going to have Dan Worrell, the Australian, from this pavilion end to get us up and running.
Yeah, with his curved run. Probably the most curved of runs seen here since Richard Ellison plied his trade back in the day. So we were discussing off air earlier this wonderful story, and we don't know if there is a grain of truth in it whatsoever, but we're going to tell you anyway.
Or if he just likes to tell the story,
And it's Worrell's curved run apparently came from having a tree in his back garden in Australia, where he had to play backyard cricket and had to run around this tree. Anyway, here he comes, past umpired Ben Debenham, and just strays onto the pads there of Zach Crawley, and the Kent scorecard is underway. Crawley just nurdling one down to fine leg for a single. And
very first ball of the summer for Crawley, and he's off the mark straight away.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see if Crawley will play the same way for Kent as he plays for England, because he, I wouldn't say he's a dasher, he's a better player than that, but he likes to keep the scoreboard ticking over, doesn't he?
Certainly does. I would say not quite as full throttle Crawley that you see for England, possibly.
Yep.
With the only thought being that maybe in this lineup he has a greater sense of responsibilities. He's the England player, so therefore he's a senior player in the team. This may well not come into his thinking. You know, there are guys like Leaning and Denley who are older than him, Beau Drummond, etc.
Yeah, here's Worrell coming around the wicket to the left-handed Compton. Man known as Frankie, after the great West Indian Sir Frank Worrell.
But yeah, I think in a Kent shirt he'll want to, you know, prove a point, being like, I'm the England player around. I'm going to get a big score in county cricket sort of thing. Whereas I guess for England he plays a role, doesn't he? He likes to put pressure on the opposition and score quick runs and get England off to a fast start.
Yeah, the skies are darkening here, unfortunately, at Canterbury as Worrell comes in around the wicket, and Compton, resolute in defence, gets on the front foot and plays that back down the wicket to mid-on. Yep, it looks rather dark. The lights are shining brightly in the Leslie Ames stand over there.
Yeah, from the lower tier, from the bar down there, you can see the indoor lights that are on.
Yeah, wonderful wicket keeper, Leslie Ames. You've produced a few down here, it's got to be said. Here's Worrell, as that goes out to mid-on again, just angling it back into Compton. He's looking to angle it back in and get one just to hold its line there to fall into the hands of the awaiting slip cordon. Yep, you've produced some wonderful wicket keepers down here in Kent over the years. And you had three a couple of years ago, and like, I don't know where they've all gone. Well, Cox has gone to Essex.
Yeah.
Sam Billings isn't playing very much now, and Ollie Robinson's up at Durham, isn't he? So Worrell short, and that's in the air. Is that down? No, he's gone one bounce down to Kemar Roach there.
Interesting though. I don't often see Worrell chucking the short ball in his first over.
Or Compton taking it on either.
No.
Compton, I'm surprised he took that hook shot on. He wasn't in control of it either, and it went one bounce down to Kemar Roach down at long leg there. So Kent produced some wonderful wicket keepers. I mean, obviously Leslie Ames being one of them, whose pavilion is over there. So Alan Knott, Paul Downton, Godfrey Evans. We're in wicket keeping country here, aren't we, Ben?
Certainly are. Although
here's the umpires having a little conflab.
Yeah,
it has got very dark.
We're not even 2 overs in, and I think the umpires are going to take us off.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, it has got really bleak here, unfortunately.
It could be one of those afternoons, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just looking at the forecast, with a bit of cloud around, maybe some drizzle. So I don't think it's currently raining at the moment, so it'll be light that is the issue. We're not using the floodlights at the moment here at Canterbury in 4-day cricket, I believe, because there's a fault with one of them that needs fixing or something. I don't think it's a Sussex type scenario, so that's why they're not available.
Well, Sussex are doing that to save money, aren't they, I believe,
yeah.
Which goes to show the perilous state of the finances of some of the counties out there.
So the players are making their way off the field. Zach Crawley has faced just the one ball for his 1 run.
Yeah, it's a shame here because the members have waited patiently. Members here to our left in these lovely
Canterbury, where cricket is about to break out once again. I mean, if you're looking at the scene right now, Nikki Chowdhury alongside me, Ben Watts, you wouldn't realise that we had the torrential downpours and whatever weather we've had all day. In fact, we had high winds at one point that the floodlights couldn't be used. So they've actually now been elevated to their full height, the floodlights, so could come into use later on in the game. They weren't for the first match that was played here at Canterbury. So the two teams heading back out to the middle here at Canterbury. Dan Worrell has one delivery to complete in his opening over. We had 11 balls earlier on after an early lunch before bad light and rain returned. Zach Crawley so far has faced one ball this summer and he clipped it down to long leg for a single. So he's going to take strike against this ball from Dan Worrell. So the previous delivery was of course that short one that Compton tried to hook and top-edged it down to long leg for a single. Bounced just say 5-10 yards in front of the fielder down there. So Crawley has had to wait until 4:15 for his second ball of the summer. We're back with you on BBC Sport Online. Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent. As Dan Worrell is in and bowling. And it's edged by Crawley down towards third man for 4. And that will race down towards the electronic scoreboard. And Kent are on to 6 without loss rather. Surrey cricketer Nikki Chowdhury alongside me.
Not long you can say that for, serving my notice period.
Until you get replaced by professionals next season. Is part of the women's tier 1. I'm sure we'll discuss that more as the days go on over this summer and how things are going to look in terms of that women's cricket situation and competitions and teams for next summer. I've actually been in the Kent Chief Executive's office in the last hour chatting to him about Kent's failed bid for a tier 1 county. So if you want to hear some of that, it'll be on BBC Radio Kent on the Huddle tonight between 6 and 7 o'clock, and it'll also be on the Sports Hub tomorrow between 2 and 6.
Here's Roach from the Nackington Road end, and this time is just left alone outside the off stump by Ben Compton, who, by the way, last week played a stellar knock, 165 against Essex, and great innings to watch. Yeah,
that was Saturday. I was actually working in the studio, and Alex Hode was at Chelmsford for us, and he'll be back tomorrow actually. And it was a case of no news was good news, as if we weren't hearing anything from him, Ben Compton and Daniel Bell-Drummond were still batting on, and both of them got hundreds, of course.
Yes, Drummond with 135. Here's Roach in again, and this one played off the front foot to mid-on. It's a dot ball.
Yeah, a new career best, I believe, for Ben Compton as well, that one against Essex. And obviously in the end they managed to get the job done. A little bit of a nervous last day, but 18-year-old Jaden Denley playing his part to help Kent secure a draw in that one and go into this game above Surrey, I think, in the table in terms of bonus points.
Yeah, Jaden Denley played a fantastic knock. He really served his purpose there and did the job he was asked to do. As in comes Roach, this one's left alone. It's cut back into Compton, and there's a half-hearted appeal from the slip cordon, and very quickly they're disinterested as well, as the ball is tossed back to mid-off and makes its way back to Roach, who's...
Yeah, absolutely no shot from Compton. Did just completely leave the ball on length as much as anything. I was surprised that Kemar Roach didn't even slightly appeal. He just wasn't interested. He knew that ball was going way over the top of the stumps, but sometimes pressure-wise you just have an appeal anyway, don't you?
Here he is around the wicket, and this one left alone by Compton. Large stride towards the ball, into the gloves of Folkes.
A little bit of a change of pace for you, Nikki. I know you've been doing a bit of Test match special commentary on the IPL over the last few days and weeks.
Yeah, it is. Safe to say IPL commentary is quick and fast, and very exciting, especially yesterday's match, which I covered.
There's been some big scores, hasn't there, this year?
Some absolutely outrageous scores, and yesterday's game, Mumbai Indians versus the Punjab Kings. It was a game that you never thought Punjab were going to get that close, as here's Roach, and this time Compton's forward and defends to mid-on. But surprisingly, there was some interesting decisions made, and some brilliant striking from Punjab Kings, Ashutosh Sharma, and the Punjab Kings got very close, but unfortunately didn't quite get over the line.
Didn't quite get there. Josh Butler's having another stellar season, isn't he, of the IPL? A couple of hundreds for Rajasthan, the Royals.
Great practice ahead of the T20 World Cup, as here's Roach in again, and this one Compton forward, leaves outside the off stump into the gloves of Folks as we conclude the over. Maiden over there from Roach. Score 6 for no loss.
Yeah, 2 maidens thus far from the former West Indies fast bowler. The Surrey lineup for this game, just to remind you, because of course they have tweaked their 11 from last week. No Ollie Pope in this one, Gus Atkinson sitting it out as well. And for some people that think, well, they're getting a rest after 1 week of action, well, many of the centrally contracted players were basically given the choice of a couple of games off at some point over these first 7 matches. Zach Crawley just opted to have the first 2 where he didn't play, and now he's going to get a run of games in the team, and he's the man on strike. 3 slips as Dan Worrell is in and bowling to him. He lets this one go outside the off stump. So this week, Surrey's bowling attack is still Cameron Steele, the spinner, after the success that he's had, and I guess Dan Lawrence will chip in as well with his spin. Kemo Roach and Dan Worrell, and then Tom Laws and Jordan Clark. So a bit of an embarrassment of riches when it comes to squad depth for Surrey, considering that Worrell's just coming into the team for this game, and Tom Laws likewise. Duke's ball in hand after the first 2 rounds, of course, played with the Kookaburra. Kent's 6 without loss as Worrell is turned away into the onside by Zach Crawley.
Lot to chat about the whole Kookaburra introduction this season. And
I mean, I guess unsurprising in the sense that it's only led to 1 actual result. That 1 win for any team in the top 2 divisions, with Essex beating Nottinghamshire thanks to, well, Sam Cook's bowling on day 4 of that game in the first round of matches, as Worrell was in and bowling. Edged and gone. Crawley goes. Just 5 balls in to his summer, and he's walking off. Kent a 6 for 1. Zach Crawley only faced 1 ball in the 11 we saw earlier on in the play, but the sun has come back out here at Canterbury, and with a chance to bat for an evening session, Zach Crawley is nicked off to Dan Worrell, caught by 3rd slip. Jamie Smith, the man that takes the catch, and having already nicked 1 wide of that region through gully for a boundary, it means Crawley walks off having made 5, but from 5 deliveries, and Surrey have got rid of him. 6 for 1, Kemp.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen Crawley go like that previously either, and as you mentioned, Ben, early into the season, early into his summer, Worrell was just targeting those areas, and Crawley went to go through with that one, and unfortunately didn't quite cover the line, and it's gone into the slips as he walks out, and in walks Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Yeah, it was something that Dan was chatting about earlier on. Dan Whiting is with us from BBC Radio London, saying that actually, in hindsight, maybe Zach Crawley would have quite liked to have played one of the games at the start of the season against the Kookaburra, because that has, as we've been talking about, more runs than I think on record for batters in the first 2 weeks of a championship season, as a result of the Kookaburra and less threat being there for, particularly for the seam bowlers. Maybe Crawley has missed out on some runs by opting out of the first 2 matches, and now coming up against the Duke's ball from the off that obviously does that little bit extra. I wasn't sure that ball in particular did a lot. It just looked like Crawley maybe pushed at it with slightly hard hands, and the ball flew off a thick outside edge to the 3rd slip. So Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent club captain now, is on strike. Oh, Worrell is beating him outside the off stump. Just a little bit of In swing possibly, maybe a touch of nip off the surface. Bell Drummond, well, he averages pretty well against the Kookaburra ball, let's just say that, because he got a 300 last year at Northamptonshire, the week we used the Kookaburra, and then he's got hundreds in week 1 and week 2 this summer, and he's currently, I think, averaging 80 in the county championship in 2024. But different test here against Worrell and the Dukes, and he's pushing this one away into the covers. And a dot ball, yeah, 88.66 Bell Drummond, having scored a couple of hundreds. One against Essex, one against Somerset in the opening round of matches here at Canterbury. Sunshine though, and blue skies overhead, a little bit of puffy cloud as, oh, this one chops Bell Drummond in half from Worrell and goes through to the wicketkeeper. So really good pressure from the Surrey bowlers, and the wicket of Zach Crawley out for just 5, caught a third slip, wicket maiden for Dan Worrell, and Kent to 6 for 1, Nikki.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought we'd been mentioning figures like that, really, scores like that, actually, so early on in the season, if it weren't to be for the Kookaburra. I mentioned it last week at Chelmsford, and now that we've got the Duke's ball back, perhaps we'll see potentially chances of those scores coming down a little bit.
I think undoubtedly we will, because early season, April, Duke's ball.
Here's Roach to Compton, who's forward, and it's a beautiful delivery, just moves through on the off stump and straight into the gloves of Ben Folkes.
Really straightened that one, didn't it, from Roach. He's taking a little bit of an angled run up. I think I'm just in the commentary box, kind of directly behind the stumps, whereas Nicky, you stood away to my left, and it was one of those where the bowler goes a little bit wider on the crease, angles it in towards the stumps, but then it left him and really moved away sharply.
Here's Roach in again, and Compton forward and plays this straight to mid-on. It's a dot ball, and yeah, loads of high scores over the last 2 weeks, and it's something that I've been thinking. I was like, I'm still trying to figure out the need for the Kookaburra, because obviously now if we've got the Duke's ball back in play, and it creates its own challenges, and I think cricket in England's been known for these conditions, playing against the Duke's ball, and probably be wanting to replicate those. As here comes Roach, and this one just edged away, squirts out, beats the slip cordon down towards third, and they'll pick up a couple. They'll look for 3, but they've been turned back. Bell Drummond turns back and sends Compton firmly back within the crease. And
good job he did, actually, because it was a decent throw, and Folkes has back flicked it onto the stumps. So yeah, just the couple, fairly soft hands in the end from Compton to get that down. It was never catchable.
It's nice to have some sunshine again, though.
Yeah, I mean, on just looking out of our commentary box window, seeing the sunshine and the blue skies, you would think, oh, batting evening.
Here's Roach to Compton again, and this one 4th, 5th stump line and left alone into the gloves of Folkes.
Yeah, but already Roach is getting this ball to wobble around, and Worrell will do so undoubtedly. So yeah, this could be a really tricky little test for the Kent batting lineup. What is a short Kent batting lineup, might I add, when you get to sort of bowlers from 8, 9, 10, 11 that could all realistically be batting 10 or 11. So a longer tail than usual.
Roach in past the umpire, and Compton advances down the track, lets this one go as well. Back into the gloves of Folkes, and now takes a wander towards the square leg umpire.
Yeah, and you mentioned about, why have we used the Kookaburra, and I think it was quite interesting, some of the comments we've seen this week from the former Kent captain, and obviously his prominent role within the game these days in Rob Key. What is he, the director of cricket for England, or whatever his title is?
Here's Roach in again to Compton, and It's straight to delivery and it's played down towards fine leg. It might be signalled a leg by the looks of it.
Yeah, I don't think you're bad now.
And it is signalled leg by, and it is also the end of the over as well. 9 for 1.
Yep, Crawley the man out so far. Caught a third slip off Worrell for 5. Yeah, he was very much suggesting that the Kookaburra did actually what it was supposed to do, in the sense that it made it harder for bowlers to take wickets early season. As I think we'll see over these next 2 weeks, sometimes you don't have to do too much with the Dukes. You kind of put it on a spot, and in these April conditions it will move around and you don't have to be express pace to get wickets. Whereas Rob Key was saying we want bowlers to be, you know, a little bit, have a point of difference, be that bit quicker. Sometimes you need that extra pace to get wickets with the Kookaburra. It's brought spin into play, hasn't it? Cam Steele and Dan Lawrence have taken most of Surrey's wickets thus far this season, because the Kookaburra has brought spin into play with that, you know, less pronounced seam for the seam bowlers to use. Here's Worrell, smacked away defensively with a flat bat by Ben Compton. And then batting wise, we have obviously seen more batters make big scores and get runs. But I think he made some reference, Rob Key, to the Ranji Trophy in India, and saying we want guys coming into the Test team that average 70 in first-class cricket and come in full of confidence into the Test arena, as this one's defended away by Ben Compton. He said he'd quite happily have the Kookaburra the whole time. He would say that because he was a batter. But, you know, it is interesting to hear Rob Key say that. And I read this really interesting article on Crick Info, I think by Matt Roller and Vitishana Darajas, talking about what is county cricket about. Is it, in its own right, a competition that has enough interest for spectators to view it? And here's Worrell again on the pad. Oh, and Compton is given, stepping across his stumps. He looks slightly disappointed as he walks off. Height, for me, would have been the issue on that one. But Surrey looked confident. The fact that he stepped across his stumps and walked into it, my immediate thought was height. Dan Whiting from the commentary box sat next to us is also looking at me as if to say, wasn't that high? I think Compton's a little bit miffed, perhaps, with that call. He's walking off, though, with just 3 to his name, and Kent are in real bother at 9 for 2.
Yeah, he doesn't look too impressed with that decision. Surrey, on the other hand, be extremely chuffed with themselves. Kent now 2 down, and we have seen some absolutely magnificent scores early on in the county championship. And a fun fact for you, Ben, according to Andrew Sampson, the average runs per wicket in April in the last 10 years is higher than any other month of the season. So statistically, April is the best month to bat.
That's is that what generally?
And yeah, according to Andrew Sampson, the #1 leading cricket statistician, if I can get my words out. Best in the world, and April apparently is the best time to bat.
I mean, it's probably something to do with the fact that we don't play very much cricket.
I'm guessing
in June and July, the county championship, when it would be a better time to bat.
You would have thought, right?
Yeah, I think that probably has some sort of factor into it. You can make statistics say anything, can't you? But yeah, it's definitely a debate. It's definitely up for interest. And yeah, so the crux of this article was, well, is county cricket purely about producing England players? Is it about is it about producing England players and exposing them to the Kookaburra ball and the challenges of your skills that presents, or is it about the spectacle as a whole? I think you would like it to be about both, wouldn't you? And that's why we've still got a balance, and we are using the Kookaburra a bit, and we're using the Dukes right now. Dan Worrell is in, defended away by Jack Leaning for balance, because that's what we're all about here on the BBC. A certain cricket correspondent has got in touch with us who has a leaning towards one of these two teams and has suggested it was absolutely plumb. So
A leaning is a very light way of putting it, isn't it?
How has he described it, Nikki? You don't have to read out who it is, but hit him on the knee roll. Went down, it was plumb. Okay, well, there you go. Somebody else says it was out. I said it was too high. Here's Dan Worrell left alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Ben Folkes. But hey, I am here representing BBC Radio Kent, so I would say that, wouldn't I? So there we go. Each their own. I think Dan Whiting's the closest we got to a neutral in this commentary box, and he said it was high. So
We're allowed to have favourites.
9 for 2 though, Ken. Oops. Unfortunately, I think anyone, or plenty of Kent fans would have predicted that this was going to be a tough game up against the defending champions. Duke's ball back in the hand of the likes of Dan Worrell and Kemar Roach. Jack leaning facing this last ball of the over. It's going to be another wicket maiden as it's left alone outside the off stump and through to the keeper. So 2 wicket maidens on the spin from Dan Worrell. And Leaning and Beau Drummond out there yet to score. Both the openers have now been dismissed. And Surrey have got 33 more overs in the day's play to see how many wickets they can take. That's the course of the play at the moment.
Yeah, both openers who put on centuries last weekend against Essex have been dismissed early on day one. Here down in Canterbury against Surrey.
Yeah, Ben Compton made that 165. Oh, Beau Drummond's still there. He's there with Leaning. Of course, Zach Crawley playing in his first game of the season, out for 5, the England man. So, big wicket for Surrey. If you want to get in touch with us, by the way, kencricket@gmail.com. You can email in. A couple of people did earlier on, actually, but we didn't manage to read them out.
Here's Roach to Beau Drummond, leaves this one alone outside the off stump, and the ball sort of dies as it makes its way through to Ben Folkes with the gloves.
But yeah, if you want to get in touch with us with your memories of Derek Underwood, of course, who sadly passed away this week, it'd be lovely to hear from you. We were seeing some black and white highlights and video clips being shown on the big screen earlier on. We had a minute's silence in his memory at midday.
Here's Roach in again, and this one driven beautifully by Beau Drummond through the offside. Is going to run away down towards the boundary. And it's now flicked back into the ground by the photographer. Down by the advertising hoarding. It's a beautiful shot there from Drummond. Some width there outside the off stump, allowing him to lean into the shot. And the score moves on to 13 for 2.
Yeah, half volley, wasn't it, from Roach? Beau Drummond has chucked the hands at it and played a glorious drive to get off the mark.
Here's Roach in again. This one cuts back on Beau Drummond a bit. Played into the onside. There is no run as mid-wicket is quick to feel that delivery, and Beau Drummond now just coming down a wicket, doing some gardening as Jack Leaning, his partner at the other end, takes a few strides to meet him out there in the middle. A little bit of a breeze here as well.
Got a leg gully in, which is interesting. 3 slips.
Here's Roach to Beau Drummond, who's forward and defends to mid-off.
I wonder if that's because Beau Drummond in recent years, having kind of remodelled the way he bats in red ball cricket after averaging 20 over a couple of seasons, he's kind of batting more on off stump these days. And has had certainly a better time of it in red ball cricket.
Roach at the top of his mark, turns and running into us now. Beau Drummond is forward and pushes this into the offside. I'll pick up a single as Rory Burns runs round to his left from mid-off to do the fielding. Score moves on to 14 for 2. Jack Leaning now on strike. Yeah, and I think one of the most important things to do, especially in this format against the Duke's ball as a batter, is you need to know where your off stump is, right?
For sure. It just enables you, if anything is straight on your pads, you know you need to play it. Anything else, you can pretty much leave it alone. Offers that point of reference, doesn't it?
So when you know where your off stump is, you know what line you're going to be leaving, which lines you're going to be playing. As in comes Roach now, and Jack Leaning's forward and defends.
yeah, just in terms of Drummond's improvement in red ball cricket, looking at the Kent averages for last year, unsurprisingly perhaps because of the 300 not out, he got a Northants, Drummond topping the list, but he did have a couple of other half-century scores, and had a particularly good middle part of the season where he got an obscene amount of runs in June, I think it was. Went on a really consistent run in the T20 Blast, actually. He had been dropped from the red ball team earlier on in the summer, but then got back in the team, and then said to me in an interview afterwards that he was so, really determined not to get dropped again, and he got a bunch of runs in the Blast. Got hundreds in all formats last year, actually. Got one in the One Day Cup as well. As this one goes past his outside edge through to the keeper. I think that was at the Isle of Wight against Hampshire. I think he got 150 something in that game. And yeah, got 100 here against Middlesex in the T20 Blast. And then yeah, the big score at Northants. So yeah, within the space of a month, his season really turned around, and managed to score runs across all formats. And yeah, of course, having been with Kent since he was a very small young cricketer, I think my guess would be since the age of 6, 7, I think he's been playing for Kent, Daniel Drummond, and now being the club captain. Very proud moment for him this season to be leading this team, having previously done so a little bit in the T20 Blast. But club captain this year, and going to need to lead by example to try and dig Kent out of a spot of bother against the new Duke's ball. With Kent 14 for 2 here at Canterbury. Warrer was in again. That one's swinging in, but Drummond with soft hands guides it down wide of gully for a single. Get to move on to 15 for 2, Nicky Chowdhury. Alongside me, Ben Watts. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, BBC Sport Online. Worrell has the ball back at the top of his mark. 4 slips now. They've tucked in gully to Jack Leaning. It's forward to the Yorkshireman and defending. Out into the covers. Hasn't had the best start to the season, Jack. Yet to really get going in terms of the county championship. From the couple of games that Kent have had so far, he wasn't one of those to cash in against the Kookaburra ball. Thus far, Jack Leaning just averaging 11. Top score of 32 this season. As Worrell bowls to him, shorter ball, which Leaning just sways out the way of. It was probably a toss-up really between Jack and Tawanda Mayeye, really, in terms of who Zach Crawley would come back into the side for. Certainly in terms of form, but I think realistically, with Tawanda being at the top of the order, it was always likely to be a straight swap, and Jack being effectively club vice-captain and vice-captain of this team. He has the chance to try and keep hold of his spot, and he defends this one away into the onside. No run, end of the over, Kent. After 8 overs, so we got 31 still remaining in the day, by the way, having had a pretty rain-interrupted day. Kent 15 for 2. Should we have a change in the commentary box? In an over? Yeah, let's do that.
Looks like Dan wants to come and have a word.
Dan's waving at me.
He wants to come and talk.
I've got an update at 5 o'clock, but after that, you two can talk away.
Here's Roach Drummond, and Drummond's forward. This one just cuts back at him, and he does a good job just to play it out into mid-wicket. It's a dot ball, and the sun is now gloriously shining over the ground here. Rather happy to see it after it's been quite a gloomy start to the day.
while I'm still on, I'm going to read out these couple of emails that have come into us. kentcricket@gmail.com. Colin from Gravesend saying, bearing in mind the weather that we've been experiencing recently, and it's been wet, hasn't it, this spring. I think we were off air, Dan was saying it doesn't feel like we've had a spring at all.
Here's Roachin again, and Beldrummond decides to leave this one and let it go through to the gloves of Ben Folkes.
Yeah, Colin says, considering the weather we've had causing so many rain delays, would it not be better if the season started later in April or even early May? I mean, the club's scene starts more early May, doesn't it? But unfortunately, we only have a limited amount of time to play cricket for the pros in this country, and we already play until late September. So,
saying that,
you kind of have to start this early, don't you?
Here's Roach to Beldrummond, and this one's flicked away down towards deep backwards square where Dan Worrell does the fielding. They'll pick up a single, bringing Jack leaning back onto strike. Score moves to 16 for 2.
I think the argument would perhaps more be, what format are you playing at this time of year, and could you instead play 50 over cricket and therefore play more championship cricket when the weather is better, albeit it rains all year round in the UK, doesn't it? But
I just think early October, the weather is still pretty decent. Could we still be playing cricket first week October? Last year it was absolutely brilliant, as here comes Roach, and shorter delivery worked into the offside off the back foot from Li Ning as they pick up a single.
I can't remember who it was, but I saw something on Twitter. There was a debate recently between a cricket fan and somebody who knows a lot about the pitches and, you know, conditions for the surfaces, and actually said it's not feasible to play in October due to...
Here's Roach to Beldrummond, who's forward and just opens the face of the bat, runs this down towards third. Will it go all the way? It does go all the way. The umpire signals back to the scorers. And it's a boundary here for Kent. Score moves to 21 for 2.
Yeah, I can't get my words out because I don't know the right terminology, but if you're an expert on gardening and pitches, and
does the soil change?
I think there is something in terms of the soil, and because, you know, often you need to sort of prep a pitch for the winter to then prime it again for next summer. I think there is something in not being able to play in October.
Here's Roachin again to Beldrummond. This one again jags back, and it's played down towards 45. They'll pick up a single, and should bring up the end of the over. It does. 18 for 2.
Just before I leave you, let me read out this email from Marcus, who says...
Apologies, one sec. It's not 18 for 2. I read the wrong scoreboard. It's 22 for 2.
Oh, thank you. We've got a few more runs on the board over there. Yeah, so he says, I think Rob Key's comments about his support for the Kookaburra ball were really misguided. He mentioned how he wants batters to average 70 without considering the fact that the County Championship is the best red ball league in the world. I guess that's subjective, Marcus. But he says we don't want to be anyone else. We want to have our own niche. There is an appetite in England for high-quality red ball cricket, that's for sure. Under the right leadership, the County Championship can be a product successfully marketable for the public. There's Worrell bowls and it's outside the off stump, swinging away. Advocating for a ball that goes soft after 15 overs does not bring results nor interesting cricket. Flies directly in the face of that. The Dukes is a wonderful ball, and he's here to say that is Marcus's view. I'm going to leave you with Nikki Chowdhury, and Dan Whiting will replace me.
Thanks, Ben. I'm sure we're going to hear from you very shortly again soon. As welcome Dan into the box. Hello, Dan.
Good afternoon. What a pleasure it is to be here. What a pleasure to actually have some cricket as well. And I'm under strict instructions from Ben Watts to complete his scorecard here as well. Otherwise, I'm in big trouble. Anyway, here's Dan Worrell. Curved run into the wicket as Beldrummond lets that one go, and it goes into the gloves of Ben Folkes. 22 for 2. Ball's hooping around a little bit, Nikki.
It is. It's welcome back to the Dukes ball, eh?
Yeah, what a pleasant change. Makes it far more exciting in the commentary box, doesn't it?
It does. It's the oohs and the ahs that get you involved, and it's always batter v bowler and bowler v batter even. So it keeps it exciting, keeps it spicy.
Here's Worrell. Comes in past umpire Ben Debenham as Beldrummond sort of fishes at that. There's not a lot of foot movement here from Beldrummond. I was looking to play it quite late.
I was going to say, just with that one, Beldrum in a last-minute decision, would he play it, would he leave it, and then he decided to play it. And
yeah, but he's still there, he's on 11. Still there, and that's, you know, you can't score runs back in the pavilion, can you? So
no, you can't. Quite difficult, isn't it?
it certainly is, certainly is. Worrell. In as Beldrum plays that out to mid-off. Doesn't go anywhere.
But you could always recreate scenarios in your head. What if I didn't play that shot? What if I didn't run that 2 when I just kept it down to a 1? Wouldn't have been on strike, and then I wouldn't have got out.
I've spent a lifetime with those thoughts. I go to bed. I've spent sleepless nights with all those thoughts in my head.
If I just said no, it would have never happened, and my average would have never been affected.
Yeah, I just, you know, if I'm at the non-strikers end now, I just sit on my bat, you know. So, Worrell comes in past the umpire, and that's pushed out into the covers. I thought we got hold of that a lot better. Beldrum last year, 969 runs at 44.53. Just shy of 1,000, included that 300 that was made against Northamptonshire last year. Worrell with 48 wickets at 24.2, and what a signing he's been. Came from Gloucestershire. I think he's been there about 4 years now, Dan Worrell. But he's tailor-made for these conditions. Here he comes. That's outside the off stump. Leaning lets that go. That's the inning over. 23 for 2. Beldrum's on 12. Leaning on 1. And Nikki, it's nice to actually... We spent a long time in the rain today, haven't we?
It has. I did start to think I was going a little bit delusional whilst I was sat in the corner of the commentary box, just drinking endless amounts of coffee and just watching it pitter-patter.
Again, I've spent a lifetime like that.
I'm just lucky I don't get affected by caffeine, otherwise you guys would probably been in for a treat.
I think we'd be bouncing off the walls by now, the amount of caffeine we've had.
We would have indeed, as in comes Roach now to Beldrum, who's forward and turns this away, fine, behind square. And they'll pick up a couple as they jog through.
I was having a look at the Compton dismissal. I haven't seen it on TV, but from the naked eye, I thought he'd gone across a long way. The slope has to come into the equation here at Canterbury as well. But I thought it was maybe a touch high, possibly. 25 for 2.
Roach at the top of his mark turns and is running in towards us now as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Beldrum and into the gloves of Ben Folkes, who now tosses the ball back through the slip cordon.
It's it's quite a sad day here as well at Canterbury. Obviously, we had the minute's silence for Derek Underwood earlier. We're mourning the passing of Rahman Sabaro as well, who was such a wonderful servant to the game on and off the field. 13 tests for England, but also set up the Test and County Cricket Board as well.
Roach in again to Beldrum, who's forward, leaves this alone, but my goodness, has this ball jagged back.
Nibbled somewhat.
That was it's rather too close for comfort.
Yeah. Beldrum made his debut aged 17 here back in 2011. First year as captain. I think he came from Catford Wanderers Cricket Club originally. That was his boyhood club.
Here's Roach at Beldrum, and this time's forward, and this one just gets the outer edge of the bat, runs down towards third, and they'll pick up 2 here again, which takes the score to 27 for 2.
Seemed to be a lot of runs in that region. I mean, I scored a lot down there, down towards third in my career, you know, run one off the face or a thick outside edge. And
Purposely, or?
not always, no. No, not always.
Not meant to say that.
No.
It was always intentional. Just had such good control over the bat, you knew how to just open the face at the right time. As in comes Roach, and Beldrum's forward defends. It's a dot ball.
I had 4 shots actually. I had the cut, the late cut, The Harrow cut and the Surrey cut.
It's still 4 shots, isn't it? Different variations. But nowadays, you need so many shots in your book, actually.
You do, yeah, you do.
Just talking about the IPL match covered yesterday. Where do you bowl to a player like Surya Kumar Yadav? As in comes Roach to Bell Drummond, who's forward, drives through the offside. It's a beautiful drive. Again, the ball making its way down towards the boundary. It touches the rope, and it's a well-deserved boundary for Bell Drummond. It's a lovely shot through the offside, and the score moves to 31 for 2. We bring up the end of the 11th over as well. Leaning 1 to his name, Bell Drummond 20.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a replay there of the Compton dismissal. He's gone across a hell of a long way. You can see his middle and leg stump exposed. I still think it's a touch high, but you know, it was a decent shout. It's one of those that probably umpires call. It might have been trimming the bails, perhaps. Here's Dan Worrell bowling to Jack Leaning, who leaves that one alone. Jack Leaning came down from Yorkshire. I think he's been here 4 years now, 5 years perhaps. Father Andy, he was a player and a coach at York City Football Club. One of Ben Watt's colleagues bumped into Andy Leaning on holiday the other week, so there you go. It's educational here at BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London as Worrell comes in past umpire Ben Debenham, just onto the hip, strays onto the hip there of Leaning, and that could well be a run or a leg bye. It's a run. It's a run, so score now moves on to 32, Leaning with just a couple to his name, Bell Drummond on 20. It's a fantastic cricket ground, this, isn't it? It's sort of, it's old school, but in a really charming, characterful way. As Worrell comes in and again strays onto the pads there, this time of Bell Drummond, who works it just backward as square, and they'll pick up 2 more. It's a hodgepodge of pavilions here at Canterbury with sort of seats, cinema style seats in the upper tiers of them, and it is with so many sort of soulless bowls around in the modern sports stadium, not just in cricket grounds but in all grounds. It's like a throwback, isn't it, to former times, and I think it's absolutely wonderful. Here's Dan Worrell coming in past Ben Debenham as Bell Drummond drops that into the offside, and they think about a single, but short, sharp cry of no sends Leaning back. Do you call quite quickly when you play, Nikki, or do you a yes, no, wait, sorry type of person?
No, so I do call, and I call really loudly. I think
Do
since I
you?
was really young, even under 11s,
Yeah.
under 13s, I was taught to call so loudly that everyone should be able to hear you outside the ground.
Yeah.
And let's just say I was heard.
Good. It's played into the offside, and Bell Drummond screams no run. He's a loud man as well. You can hear him through the outside effects, Mike.
I was also extremely stubborn. So if I said no, I would then just turn my back.
So
I would
you'd
turn
leave your partner hanging halfway down.
If it was my call and I would say no, and the
Yeah.
ball is pretty much, I know there's nothing else going on with it, I would turn my back, because there's been plenty of occasions, especially when you're really young, that the calling can get a little bit scrambled and you can get yourself into unwanted situations.
Worrell in, Bell Drummond flashes that backward as square on the offside. It's a late-ish cut, but it goes for 4 runs, runs away down that hill towards the scoreboard, and the famous lime tree, or the new famous lime tree here at the Spitfire St Lawrence ground here at Canterbury. It's a shame that is no longer in the outfield, that lime tree down there. I think the old one blew down in the wind. So 38 for 2. So we've had 12 overs today. We had 11 balls earlier, and we have hung around for a long time, haven't we? We've been having a good old chin wag though, haven't we, Nikki?
We have indeed. We have.
Yeah.
As I believe there's going to be a change of bowling from the Nackington Road end as well. Jordan Clark to come into the attack, replacing Kemar Roach. As now he's just at the top of his mark and letting a few deliveries through to mid-off, getting his arm loose.
Yeah. Bowled very well last week, Jordan Clark. He got a little bit of bounce from nowhere actually, and he's a good, hard cricketer, Cumbrian lad.
Well, here he is now. In he comes to Jack Leaning, who's forward and defends as it runs off to point.
There's a lot going behind square on the offside, isn't there? It seems to be a lot of shape away. And that's Surrey slip cordon. Look as if they're
Ready to pounce.
They certainly do.
3 slips in place. Backward point, extra cover mid-off. And got a mid-on. Wide-ish short mid-wicket. And a wide fine leg as in comes Jordan Clark, and this one's left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, I can't see who that is at first. It's Sibley at second. And possibly is that Lawrence or Jamie Smith at third? I can't quite see here. Surrey still going for the cable knit sweaters with no numbers on the back, and they're virtually all wearing sweaters, which doesn't help our cause as commentators, does it, Nikki?
No, it doesn't. I'm not surprised, as it is rather breezy, as Jordan Clark's hair is swept away in the wind as he bowls his delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Jack Leaning into the gloves of Ben Folkes. If you're thinking, actually, Dan, that it's hard to identify the players today, you weren't at Essex last week when the entire Essex playing 11 were in their old school cricket sweaters.
Yeah.
Everyone had a snood on.
Oh, yeah.
And there were sunglasses. You could not identify anybody.
Yeah.
It was quite a difficult job as in comes Clark once again and leanings forward, leaning into his front foot defence as it's played to mid-off, no run.
What's your view, Nikki? I mean, I can tell from the way you're dressed that you're a fashionista. What's your view on the snood as amongst cricketers? Are you a fan of it, or?
I think in conditions like last week, where desperate times call for desperate measures,
Yeah.
and you've got to keep yourself warm. You've got to have the hand warmers in your pocket. You've got to get the snood on. You've just got to keep yourself warm. Otherwise, when that ball gets smashed at you, it is going to hurt, as is Clark. And again, left alone outside the off stump. Quite a bit of width outside the off stump and into the gloves of Ben Folkes. And
I'll throw you another curveball. What about the beanie?
ooh, the beanie would have to match the playing kit.
Yeah, I think so.
It's like wearing black socks with
Yeah.
whites. It's like
That's a no-no.
white socks or no socks.
That's a faux pas of the highest order.
It doesn't work. Just not for me. As here's Clark to leaning, and his forward defends as it brings up the end of the over. Kent 38 for 2. But yeah, snood, jumpers needed, hand warmers. You've got to do it. Otherwise, if you get hit, you get injured.
You certainly do. Nikki's sitting here with a broken thumb. I remember David Gower back in the 80s. I think an MCC member wrote a letter to the MCC admonishing his blue socks as he played. Anyway, Dan Worrell is going to continue from the pavilion end. So Worrell here, just still limbering up, cold day. Dan Lawrence there at mid-off. Rory Burns, quite distinctive in his sun hat. As just tinkering with the field, they've got like a sort of, that just goes through to Folkes. He's not like a gully because he's walking in, but he's too backward for backward point. He's like a fly gully sort of position there. Got a backward point, so you've got 3 slips in place.
You've got this fly, short third man fly gully type position. You've got a backward point. You've got a mid-off there, Dan Lawrence at mid-off, so you've got the covers open. So Dan Worrell here is inviting Bell Drummond to drive him through the covers and hopefully nick him off in the slips with a bit of a way swing. Here he comes in, and that's just onto his pads. Nice shot there from Bell Drummond, but you can only pick out Jordan Clark at mid-wicket. So Clark's at mid-wicket, you've got Rory Burns at mid-on, and down at fine leg, Kemar Roach. 38 for 2 here in the 14th over. So we're going to have 37, 38, 39 overs, something like that in the day's play. So we've got, could be quite a late evening as Worrell comes in. Bouncer, Bell Drummond takes it on and hooks it with a plomb back with a square. And that goes away for 4 runs, much to the enjoyment of the members here to the left of us here in the Cheeseman Pavilion.
Hi Dan, I'm just here for a brief update, but I've just seen over Nicky's shoulder actually that on the BBC live text commentary, if you head to the website, the guys in the studio are watching all the games, so you don't have to keep you up to date on all the matches. And somebody's just said, Kent fans won't forgive us for this, but DBD's looking pretty good out there at the moment. And that was another convincing stroke.
Here's Worrell. That's a proper bouncer, and that might be over. No, it's just one over the shoulder. I thought that might have been a no ball for being over the head. It was borderline.
Yeah, it did look high, didn't it?
So, I mean, Daniel Bell Drummond, I mean, he's looking more confident now, but I thought when he first came in, he looked a little bit leaden-footed, perhaps.
Yeah, sometimes that can be an issue early in his innings. LBW candidate sometimes plays with his hands quite close to his body, so he can get a little nick sometimes.
Worrell in, leaves that one alone, Bell Drummond. After you've done your update, I'm going to take us around the country, give you some scores from around the grounds.
Please do.
Nicky, so how did you break your thumb? Was it an industrial injury? Have we been through all this, or?
We'll get to explain the whole story.
Yeah, we'll go on to this.
I think there is a story.
Sorry, I realised you just nicked Nicky's headphones.
I really have. Right, that update's coming for BBC Radio Ken as Worrell comes in. Yeah, we've had a rain-interrupted day's play so far. We've just completed now 14 overs. We had 11 balls earlier on after a delayed lunch before more rain and bad light, but got back up and running. And Surrey winning the toss earlier on, Kent being forced to bat, and were in a spot of bother in the early stages when they lost Zach Crawley, the England opener, for just 5, caught at third slip, and then Ben Compton shuffling across his stumps out LBW, Dan Worrell taking both of those wickets. But their position has improved since then. 42 for 2 at the moment. The club captain Daniel Bell Drummond, who has already got hundreds in game weeks 1 and 2 of the season, is looking in pretty decent touch. Jack Leaning, who's trying to find that sort of form, is out there and scratching around at the moment. 2 of 18 deliveries, as that one is a dot ball from Jordan Clark. Elsewhere, by the way, for Sussex listeners in Division 2, they're up against Gloucestershire at Hove. That score there, the visitors 204 for 4. So Sussex 4 wickets so far, 1 bowling bonus point in that one. So Kent here against Surrey, 42 for 2. Commentary of both games online via the BBC Sport app and website.
Clark comes in and Leaning just drops that one back with a square. It's your over, Nicky. So how did you do your thumb? Have you broken your thumb?
I have broken my thumb. I did it whilst taking catches, doing some fielding outside, and well, I should have learned to take catches better.
Skyers or close catches?
No, it was a skyer, and I basically got under the ball, had my hands under it, and I just closed my fingers on the ball a little bit too early, and bush, job was done, as this time Clark is in, and it's a straight delivery, and it's played by Jack Leaning just in front of the wicket, and it's a dot ball. So yeah, closed my hand on the ball too early, and the ball decided to land right on my thumb, and I didn't actually realise I had broken it initially because it started bleeding, and it hit it was around the nail area.
Ooh.
And then within half an hour, when I padded up, I was like, oh, let's go have a bat. Couldn't get my hand through my gloves, and it was a bit
Ooh.
stiff, and yeah, I knew something wasn't quite right. It was more painful than previous hits, as this time it's left alone outside the off stump by leaning. So yes, it's in a splint, and I think
Yes.
the swelling's gone down, but when it did happen, I was talking to someone the other day, and I said it resembled a Cumberland sausage.
Ooh,
It
okay.
did. So we're not in that stage anymore. So
Well, look on the positives.
I know.
Yeah.
And I did think of a positive as well, actually, because I was a bit annoyed that it's happened right as the season was about to commence. As in comes Clark, and again outside the off stump, left alone by leaning. And I was trying to be positive, find some good amongst all the negatives, right? And the only thing that occurred to me was, right, if I'm missing some games early on in the season, when maybe the wickets aren't to their best, when I come back after 6 weeks, whatever the doctor advised, the sun will hopefully be shining. The quality of our wickets is going to be a lot better. So that's all I can look forward to, really.
You can tell Nicky's a batter.
Here's Jordan Clark in, and it's a straight delivery. It squirts it into the offside. It opens, leaning up a little bit, but he will pick up a couple in the process. And the score moves to 44 for 2.
That was well bowled, actually. That turned leaning. Leaning was looking to aim that leg side-ish. Let's catch up around the country. So Chelmsford, where you worked last week, a little bit more in the in the bowlers, perhaps, or a little bit more in it for the bowlers this week with the Duke's ball as opposed to the Kookaburras. Lancashire are 71 for 5 there. At Warwickshire, Kookaburra Dukes, doesn't matter to Alex Davis. He's got another 100 this week to add on to his score of last week. They're 273 for 1 in the game against Hampshire at Southampton. We're going to see a change of bowling. Tom Laws is going to come into the attack. Let's get through games quickly. Somerset have bowled Nottinghamshire out for 193. They're 32 without loss in response. And Durham have been bowled all out for 244 by Worcestershire. I'll come on to Division 2 in a minute. As Laws comes in for his first ball as Bell Drummond gets up on his toes and plays it into that region. Laws with 39 wickets last year at 19.76. It wouldn't surprise me if he's on the England radar. Leicestershire in the game, the East Midlands Derby, they're 85 for 1 at, I think that's at, doesn't say actually on my card here, I think that's a Derby. As Laws comes in, bounding run up, nice shape there. Folks actually ends up taking that between first and second slip. At Lords, it can be benign, the wicket a little bit, Lords, but Yorkshire have been skittled by Middlesex, which might please some listening into BBC London. They've skittled Yorkshire out for 159 in response. They're 22 for 1. Laws comes in. Bill Drummond cuts that nicely in front of square on the offside, gets on it early and it goes away down the hill for 4 runs. Glamorgan 117 for 5 in the game against at Northampton. And as Ben just mentioned, down the road at Hove, Gloucestershire 211 for 4 against Sussex. So Nicky, you're back on Monday, I believe, as well. Is that correct?
I might be.
You might be.
I might be.
Ah.
We'll see. I'll let you know if I'm headed back to Canterbury.
Come and join us. Come and join us.
I just hope I bring the sunshine with me.
That's pitched up and driven beautifully by Bell Drummond. That might get held up though on a slow outfield as Dan Lawrence is in pursuit. But very pleasant drive. He just lent on that. And he gets 3 runs for his troubles. Law's been around, well, he's made his debut back in 2022. He's played 18 first-class matches and picked up 60 wickets, which is quite a reasonable hoist of wickets. Bowling average 21.38 with a best of 5 for 22. He's somebody who's very well rated, just 21 years old. Here he comes in. That's down the leg side, and how's that got down to sort of dribbled back towards Ben Folkes behind the stumps. Ben Debenham, one of the umpires, has been told by Richard White, has dropped me an email. I'll come on to it. That's wobbled through the air there by Laws. A lot of nibble. That completes the over. 51 for 2. That 3 there brought up the 50 for Kent after a little bit of early shenanigans where Dan Worrell picked up a couple of wickets. Kent have now, they're on the road to recovery. Yeah, Richard White's dropped me an email saying interesting to hear. Ben Debenham's one of the umpires, played for Orsett and Thurrock in the Essex League, and then went into the Hertfordshire League with Bishop Stortford. And the Hertfordshire League has also produced another person featuring this match with George Garrett, who has come to Kent from Warwickshire via Harpenden Cricket Club and Shrewsbury School.
Got all the facts for us here, Dan, as in comes Jordan Clark to Bell Drummond, as this is just played off the back foot into the onside. It's not going to be a run. Jack Leaning looking eager at the non-striker's end, but decides to run back and ground his bat.
Robert Jansen, or is it Jansen? I can't remember if it's a silent J. Sorry, Robert, if I've got your name wrong. He's a good man. He's an umpire as well. He thinks, he's a Kent fan, he thinks Compton's out. He thought it hit him below the knee roll, so Ben Watts pulling a face of disgust.
Here's Clark in again, and this one played full face of the bat to mid-on by Bell Drummond. No run as the ball's now being given a shine. It's being looked after, kept shiny and polished.
Well, I came here a couple of years ago, Nicky, that floodlight, one that's sort of directly opposite us from our commentary position here, next to the Leslie Ames stand. It creaked somewhat as it went up. It made a horrendous noise.
Here's Clark in again to Bell Drummond, who turns this straight to mid-wicket. Fielded extremely well. Keeps it to another dot.
Yeah, picked out Worrell there, who was probably the only man in about 50-yard radius, and just went straight to him. If it had been either side of him, it was 4 runs all the way, wasn't it?
It would have been. So that floodlight was rather screechy last time, was it?
Awful. You know, I'll come on to it after this ball.
Here's Clark in again, and Bell Drummond forward defends as it drops dead, pretty much 3 to 4 meters away from him in the offside.
I was actually considering going into town and finding a hardware shop just to get some oil to put it in there myself. It was annoying me that much over the last 2 days that I spent here.
Was it one of those annoying sounds that really gets to you? Just
imagine fingernails going down a blackboard.
oh, don't say that. That's not a nice sound to have to imagine. In comes Clark, and this one, good delivery. It gets the outer edge and runs down towards third man. Hits the boundary rope, and the umpire waving his hand through the air towards the scorers. Can't move on to 55 for 2. Bell Drummond on to 41.
Bit of a recovery here. I think the last wickets fell when the score was on 19. So good recovery by these two.
3 slips in place as in comes Clark, and looks to pull this one. It doesn't quite get enough height, and it's hit him on the thigh pad as we conclude the end of the 17th over. Kent 55 for 2, Leaning with 4 to his name, and Bell Drummond, as we just said, 41 off 47.
Yeah, I thought the conditions might be a little more difficult to bat in, perhaps, especially after we saw 2 wickets go down with a score on just 19. And the ball was zipping about quite a lot. There was a lot of playing and missing when these 2 came in, but they've recovered, and this Kent innings has been rejuvenated somewhat. Here's Laws bounding gazelle-like past the umpire, as that is just played backward of point on the offside. 55 for 2. Bell Drummond is on 41. Leaning is on 4. A lot more circumspect. Bell Drummond looking in fine fettle. Here's Laws bounding in with a folly of youth as that goes backward of square again. There's a lot going in that region, a lot sort of being backward of square on the offside. People playing it late and with the swing. It's going backward of square. There's been a few runs down to 3rd. And
yeah, wasn't much foot movement there, but he watched it well. They was able to manage it with his hands.
I'll come on to it after this ball, Nikki, because I've got another question to put to you. Is Laws, that goes through into gloves of folks.
Ask away.
If you were skippering here, would you have a 3rd in place? Or do you think it's too early for that? Do you think it's time to attack still, while the ball's still got a little bit of, shine on it, a little bit of...
Ooh, I think it's all right as it is. I wouldn't go in just yet.
Yeah.
But then again, I think we've seen more edges down from the other end when the bowler's coming in from the Nackington Road end.
Oh, let's nibble back the other way. Look to shape away there. We've got a wonderful position here from our commentary box, haven't we? It's a really, you can see the full sort of gamut of swing coming out the bowler's hand. And that looked to go away and then went back in to the right-hander.
It's like we're there right amidst the action. Couldn't get closer if he tried.
Laws in, leaning, plays that on the front foot. Also bowls a little bit. Jack Leaning bowls some handy off spin. I'd put him probably in the all-rounder class now. He's not an occasional bowler, is he? He's sort of more than that, I'd say. Dan Lawrence is becoming a little bit like that as well with his off spin. Bouncer from Laws goes over the shoulder of Leaning. That completes the 18th over. Laws none for 7 off 2. Kent 55 for 2, having been a spot of bother, having lost both wickets to the bowling of Dan Worrell with the score on just 19. My name's Dan Whiting, working for BBC London. We've got Nikki Chowdhury in with us, the Surrey player. And
not for long.
Not for long.
Not for long.
But now, for currently...
At the moment, as it stands.
Right at this very moment, at 5:20 on a Friday evening...
I'll be cherishing my days.
You're a Surrey player. Wearing a Surrey hoodie as well.
I didn't have another hoodie in the car, and it's what I had as I took it to training the other day, but I'm not being biased, I promise you. All here for fair players. This one is got an inside edge on it as it runs down towards fine leg. It will add a single to the total, taking Kent to 56 for 2. But yeah, no bias. It was just all I had, and I get chilly pretty quickly.
You're allowed to be biased. I'm working for BBC London Sports. You're allowed to be biased with me, but when Ben Watts comes back in the commentary,
you don't want to be.
No, you got to keep it nice and neutral. All right, you'll get very angry.
You don't want an angry Ben Watts. And here's Clark to Leaning, stood tall in his stance. It's cut away, and it's going to run down towards the 3rd boundary. A short delivery with a little bit of width. Jack Leaning, tall in his stance, just waited for it. And that brings up the 51-run partnership between Daniel Bell Drummond and Jack Leaning.
Yeah, they batted well, these two. It's been hard work at times, but they're still there. They've gutsed it out. And Bell Drummond has been far more flamboyant, leaning, being more circumspect. He got a little bit lucky there, but if you're going to flash hard. And that went over the top of slips for 4 runs.
3 slips in place, leaning in his stance, tall is forward and plays this into the onside, flicks it beautifully. Will it go all the way? The chase is on, but it's not enough, and that is back-to-back boundaries here for Jack Leaning. Can move on to 64 for 2.
Yeah, that was a much more pleasant shot. Allowed the ball to come onto him, played it under his head, and just played it through the vacant area between mid-on and mid-wicket, and a very, very pleasant shot.
It was indeed, and shots like that just always come off the bat, but you need to be able to play it late, and as he did there, and this time leaning in forward, defends it back down to mid-on. Those shots may seem easy when you watch them, but it's all about timing, it's all about your balance, your head position, your foot position. Everything has to be perfect, especially for the area he has access. I think sometimes you can get away with it slightly if it runs down behind square, but in front of square, where Leaning just played that, as this time again it's flicked away slightly more behind square, and it is going to go all the way down towards the boundary again. It does. It's just starting to get some rhythm here.
Certainly are. Kent are motoring here. Now they're positively... Jordan Clark's gone for 13 off 5 balls so far this over. And Kent have picked a side here which a few of the members possibly raised eyebrows at. They're very strong, the top 7. And then they've said that they've got 4 number 11s, which I think was a little bit unkind.
Here's Clark to Leaning, who's forward and leans into his front foot defence to bring up the end of the 19th over. Kent, a 68 for 2, Bell Drummond 42. Leaning jumps up to 16 to his name after 3 boundaries in the 19th over.
So Joey Everson is at 7. He's a genuine all-rounder and a good player. Behind that you have got Arafat Boyan, who is averaged 7.33 last year. Jazz Singh averaged 7 last year. Matt Parkinson, well, we've seen him around for a number of years as Laws comes into the wicket. Little bit of a waist shape, but Bell Drummond leaves that one alone. And the other one's George Garrett as well. So Kent will need their top 7 to score the bulk of their runs, I would say. But I thought there'd be a little bit more in this wicket. It looks a very good batting track now. It looks... I think Canterbury's one of those grounds where possibly you look up and not down. As that's got to be close. He's wrapped him on the pads, maybe going down. Possibly something on that bat-wise as well, but maybe that kept a little bit low. I think it was commentator's curse, Nikki. Just started talking about being a good wicket. I thought that scooted a little bit.
I was going to say, you don't want to speak too soon. You never know. There might be some surprises in store, and that one did stay a little low compared to the other deliveries we've seen so far this afternoon.
Laws in as Bell Drummond leaves that one alone. He looks like he's playing a forward defensive, but he's actually playing deliberately inside it. As somebody's wheeling a suitcase down below us. I can hear the sound in our outside effects mic. 68 for 2. Bell Drummond on 42, Leaning on 16. Oh, that's well bowled by Laws. Beats Bell Drummond outside off stump. That is a genuine way to beat the batter.
That's a lovely way to beat the batter. As a bowler, that's where you want to be all day.
Certainly is.
And as a batter, there's nothing much you can do that. So the bowler's going to bowl good balls, right? So all you can do is just look up and smile and just be happy you haven't really
And get on to the next one. Get on to the next ball. That's all you can do.
Get it out of your head. Tap your bat. Get ready to face again.
See, he's played inside that one, Bill Drummond. He's left that alone by playing inside that, whereas the one before he genuinely played it. So if the bowler has a little word, Nicky, you one of those batters that tends to have a little chirp back, or say the bowlers, say you play a miss to a bowler and they're appraising your technique somewhat. Do you tend to have a little word back, or do you just are you in your own bubble? Laws, I'll give you a moment to ponder that. Laws in. Bill Drummond plays that back down the pitch to him. That completes the over, 68 for 2.
So I've never actually had to face so much of it that I've been in that position where I've said anything back. Actually, most of the situations I've been with, especially in boys cricket and men's cricket, I've been the only girl playing.
Okay.
So I've always had words said and things exchanged, but sometimes I've just found it so funny being in that situation that it will make me laugh. I won't say anything because there's not much I'm going to say in that position anyway. I'm the only girl out there amongst 22 lads playing the game. If they're going to say whatever they want to say, they can say it. But I'm quite good at staying in the zone. So
yeah.
And sometimes when you hear that sort of stuff, it just makes you chuckle. And
yeah.
I don't think I've ever taken anything personally or to heart either. So I do enjoy it though. Otherwise, what's cricket without a little bit of banter?
Yeah, of course. It's part of the game, isn't it? Part of the armoury.
Here's Clark to leaning, and this one jags back again, and it's quickly fielded at mid-wicket. It's not going to be a run.
Yeah, Ryan Patel in there quickly.
But yeah, I do like watching cricket when it gets a little bit heated. That is entertaining, and
yeah, I mean, I think we certainly all remember those battles between Curly Ambrose and Steve Waugh, or the famous one between Alan Donald and Michael Atherton.
Of course, as in comes Clark and leanings forward, defends, full face of the bat, straight down to Rory Burns, who's at mid-on.
You know, those high-octane moments are just pure theatre, aren't they?
It
you know,
is.
and it's wonderful.
Although you do get plenty of batters who do like to say a few things back, and they enjoy the chat. Virat Kohli being one of them, who likes to really get into the show and make sure he's also heard. You've seen that plenty of times as in comes Clark, and this one's attempted cut from leaning and doesn't quite get bat on ball and into the gloves of Ben Folkes.
We saw that with Jordan Clark last week. He gets a little bit of extra lift, a little bit of extra extraction out of the pitch than the majority of bowling, and we saw it last week where Folkes took a couple early on above his head from him, and he doesn't look that quick, but he does tend to extract some life out of the pitch.
He's in again, and this one full of delivery, leanings forward and defends. Again, just getting a bit of movement off the wicket here. We're seeing a few of the deliveries are jagging back in towards leaning and just getting a little bit stuck.
Yeah, Surrey have left both their express pace merchants out. Jamie Overton is not playing in this one, and Gus Atkinson has been rested by the ECB.
Here's Clark to leaning, who's forward, and again, large stride into the ball and defends to mid-off.
I believe the ECB have allowed them to play 5 games out the first 7 or something like that. And Zach Crawley missed the first 2 for Kent, but he's made himself available. You know, he's like one of those club cricketers, home games only, you know.
Can't say I'm not guilty of doing that either.
Yeah.
I play my women's cricket down at Guildford. If there's a game at Guildford, you can pretty much guarantee I'm going to be saying yes to that game. As in comes Clark to leaning, and this is played back to Clark, fielded off his own bowling, and it brings up the end of the over. It's a maiden over there from Jordan Clark, and the score is 68 for 2.
Do you reckon, you know, when they've got Durham away, Zach says, "Oh, sorry, Daniel Bill Drummond, I'm out for dinner with the missus that night. You know, I can only play home games only."
Oh gosh, imagine. I'm sure some words would be exchanged if that was ever the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
But don't think you can
No.
when you're at that level.
So going back to my point is Zach Crawley has made himself available for this game as Tom Laws comes in and bowls to Daniel Bell Drummond, who's been on 42 for a while now. But Surrey have had to leave out Ollie Pope and Gus Atkinson out of their squad. They've been deemed that this would be one of the games that they miss. So Ryan Patel has come in. Tom Laws has come in for Jamie Overton, and Dan Worrell has come in for Gus Atkinson. So that's just played into the onside. He'll pick up an easy single there. 68 for 2, 69 for 2, 69 for 2. So yeah, Ryan Patel has come in, a good player. He's one of the sort of the Surrey squad looks strong, doesn't it? It's got depth, and they really don't look any weaker. That's just played into the same region there, this time by Leaning, and they pick up a languid single. First saw Ryan Patel in a game at Bristol back in 2022. It was a high scoring encounter where Surrey got 603 and Gloucestershire responded with 427 for 2, and luckily it rained and we all went home. That's just played into the onside. Some of those games we've seen recently, we saw I think the game at Northamptonshire last week where they took 8 wickets in the whole game, where 600 played 600, and our colleagues at BBC Radio, Andrew Radd and Kevin Hand, were celebrating the ball beating the bat on the outside edge. But it comes quite dull in that case, doesn't it, when the game's going nowhere. That's wide outside the off stump. It looked like the off cutter, didn't bounce much. In that game at Bristol I was just talking about, Jamie Smith, he got 234 not out in that game. Jordan Clark got 137 coming in at number 9. And then in response, Marcus Harris, the Australian who was at Gloucestershire and now gone to Leicestershire, he got 124. And Chris Dent got 206 not out, Dent in his benefit year this year. Laws. Oh, that's a good delivery. Beats Bell Drummond. Bell Drummond looks perplexed and confused and a little bit discombobulated there. Anyway, he's still there, 70 for 2, Leaning 17, Bell Drummond on 43. I'll hand over to Nikki Chowdhury. So
it's almost like a little bit of a dance move there from Bell Drummond. The ball did so much and really got him moving, didn't it?
He was a bit like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever, wasn't he?
He did look like that, didn't he?
I'm going to hand over to Ben Watts.
Okay, I'll chat to you soon, Dan, as here's Jordan Clark making his way to the top of his mark, donning his top knot. It's going to be Leaning on strike. We've lost a slip. We've got 2 slips in place now, as I'd like to say. Welcome back to Ben Watts.
Thank you. It's a bit chillier out there. It's a little bit of a nip in the air.
Here's Jordan Clark into Leaning, and this one's flicked away in front of square, and they'll pick up a single here. Score moves to 71, and this is why I brought my jumper.
Yeah, well, admittedly, our commentary box is probably the warmest place to be.
It is.
A number of the members that are sat away to our left have got big, thick coats on and some bobble hats, some beanie hats. None of the players wearing beanie hats, might I add.
No snoods out yet.
I've seen beanie hats worn, though, by Kent fielders before. They were club-branded ones.
Oh.
So it kind of worked. You know, navy beanie hat instead of navy cap. I thought they got away with it just about. Those white snoods as well were a bit interesting.
They were, weren't they? Made it very hard to identify the players as in comes Clark to Bell Drummond, and his forward leaves this one alone into the gloves of Ben Folkes, and is now being tossed through the slip cordon and around the field.
Kent had a few knocking around the other year, and Jack Leaning got them for £1 each off a men's fashion wear brand online. Clearly white snoods were not very popular, but
and now I bet the price has skyrocketed because players up and down the country are donning the snoods in the county championship. And what else would you be wearing as in comes Clark to Bell Drummond, and again left alone outside the off stump as this one dies a little as it makes its way through to Ben Folkes with the gloves.
feels like Surrey have maybe gone a bit wider with the lines over the last couple of overs or so. Maybe just trying to starve Kent of runs a little bit, not allow Bell Drummond to score as freely as he had been doing. Just feels like he's slowed down a little bit in the last few overs.
Taps his bat now as in comes Jordan Clark, and this one's down the leg side. A brilliant take there from Folkes, who's diving to his left and does a bit of a roly-poly as well, and good job to not let that ball through.
Yeah, that was good footwork from Folkes, and then stretching out that left hand to save his buys. We've got 16 overs to go after this one, so probably looking at a finish at around about 6:45, but I think the light will be fine, to be honest.
Hopefully it is staying bright till pretty late nowadays, which is always good to see, as in comes Clark, and this time Bell Drummond's forward and drives straight to Rory Burns at mid-on.
Yeah, it's good on the one hand. I mean, for a number of reasons. A little bit more difficult when you're trying to persuade a toddler to go to sleep and he's like, it's still light outside, what's going on?
This is why you need blackout blinds.
Yeah, I mean, the curtains we've got are fairly good, but they're not quite fully blackout.
Here's Clark, top of his mark from the Nackington Road end, and he comes, and Bell Drummond forward, and this is just squirted in to the offside. He'll pick us up a single, and he should keep the strike as well, as the umpire passes Jordan Clark his Surrey sweater, and the score at the end of 23 overs is 72 for 2.
Saw Sam Billings briefly earlier on. He's here on the ground today, getting a day off daddy duty seemingly. Was in for a meeting with Simon Cook, the new Kent director of cricket, taking over the role from Paul Downton in the off-season. I think his daughter must be a few months old now, Sam, so congratulations to him on it. And Tom Law's in and bowling to Bell Drummond. He's going to get a single here, just steering this one up towards mid-on, taking over the club captaincy duties from Sam Billings, Daniel Bell Drummond, and he has 45. So 18 for Jack Leaning, 45 for Daniel Bell Drummond, Kent 73 for 2. As I did mention briefly earlier on commentary, I had a chat with the Kent Chief Executive Simon Story earlier on about the women's tier system and decisions that have been made as Leaning defends this one back up the pitch, and Kent obviously didn't get one of those 8 top tier teams. So if you want to hear that, it's on BBC Radio Kent later on the huddle between 6 and 7, and on the Sports Hub tomorrow, probably before or after the football, so maybe about 5:15 I would guess, or 2:40. I haven't done the running order, so that's just that's just a supposition, but it'll be somewhere online.
You will get to hear it.
You can listen back on BBC Sounds. Here comes Laws, left alone outside the off stump, because I think as you know, as much as we're focusing on which counties are going to run women's professional teams, there is a wider sort of play, isn't there, in terms of 100 franchises and funding going to counties who do or don't own a test ground or a 100 ground, or now a women's tier 1 ground. You know, Kent haven't got any of those. As Laws bowls, and it's turned away into the onside by Jack Leaning. And it's about, you know, staying relevant and, well, making sure that there's a long-term future for you as a cricket club, I guess, as much as it is about having a 100 team or a women's top tier team.
Definitely, I think it's a great move for the women's game, but there's still certain aspects I think may have been overlooked.
Here's Tom Laws. Balls to Bell Drummond, drives into the covers, but straight at the fielder. Well, I guess you're a case in point, Nikki, in that there's going to be a professional team coming to play as Surrey. So currently the Surrey team you play in is an amateur team, not a pro team. Where do you go and play your cricket from next summer?
It's a good question. I'm asking the same question.
What will tiers 2 and 3 look like? Will they be professional? Will they be amateur? Who's going to make up those? We don't yet know, do we, of course. This one's a full delivery and drilled away by Bell Drummond. This one will go for 4. Beats the man at extra cover. And he'll move to 49, so one within a half century, Bell Drummond. Leaning up the other end is on 19. And Kent, having been in a spot of bother earlier on when they lost the 2 openers in Zach Crawley for 5, Ben Compton for 3. At that stage, Kent had, 9 runs on the board. 9 for 2, they're now 78 for 2. Good partnership for Kent, this one, with 15 overs to go in the day.
Yeah, good partnership out there in the middle. And as you were saying, yeah, tier 2, tier 3, those decisions have not been made yet, not been finalised. We haven't heard anything. But, yeah, there's a few questions yet to be asked. There's a lot of female players, young cricketers in the women's game up and down the country who will be negatively affected by this change.
I guess the hope is that long-term more people will get the opportunity to play professionally.
Yeah, and it's great with the projected numbers and what the ECB have in plans for themselves.
We're all switching ends here, by the way, to the Nackington Road end.
And this one's left alone by Leaning into the gloves of Folks.
Only man to take wickets so far, 2 for 19, 2 maidens from his 7 overs down. Worrell. Looks like someone else is warming up. Is it maybe Cameron Steele? We see a bit of spin before the day is out, possibly.
Well, looks like he's doing some warm-up, feeding the chickens out at short mid-wicket.
It was some sort of strange squatting motion they would make.
That's what we call feeding the chickens. As in comes Worrell now to Leaning, and Leaning's forward defends into the offside. It's a dot ball.
Is that a widely used colloquial term amongst club cricketers? I've not heard that
I've
before.
heard that just since I've grown up. Every time you're doing your warm-up, it's like time to feed the chickens and open the gate, close the gate. It's
okay. Yeah.
You not come across those?
Yeah, I get you now.
Yeah. We'll see if he comes on to bowl shortly.
Yeah, I think they might give him a whirl before the day's out.
Here's Worrell in again to Leaning, and this one straight to delivery, just turned into the onside. They'll take a quick single, the shy at the stumps of the non-strikers then, and Leaning in comfortably. Score moves to 79 for 2.
KentCricket@gmail.com, by the way, if you want to get in touch on any of the issues we've been talking about. I read a couple out earlier, but then I was off. Alex getting in touch saying, I understand rain, but to stop matches for bad light in 2024 is absurd. Get some used pink balls on standby, turn on the overhead lights and play through. Said this game really needs to join the 21st century.
Here's Worrell to Bell Drummond again, left outside the off stump, as again dies as it makes its way through to Folks.
Sorry, I'll read the whole sentence just because it makes more sense. I love red ball cricket, he says. I strongly prefer it to white ball, but there are times when I think this game needs to keep up with the times, if you will. Yeah, they are. Well, the floodlights weren't available for the first game, but they are for this one. But apparently it was too windy to use them.
Worrell again turns at the top of his mark, and in he comes, Bell Drummond, who's swaying his bat, and his forward defends into the offside. It's a dot ball. But Ben, just going back to what we were talking about, obviously the 8 counties have been announced that will be under Tier 1. We've got Durham, Essex, Hampshire, Lancashire, Nottinghamshire, Somerset, Surrey and Warwickshire, with Glamorgan and Yorkshire due to be coming into Tier 1 in 2027. So lots of scope. There's going to be an opportunity for many girls up and down the country to view cricket as a career, as In comes Worrell again, and Drummond, last-minute decision to let this one go. A bit of nibble away from him as this brings up the end of the over, 79 for 2 after 25. So it's great in that respect, but the counties that will have got Tier 1 status, what happens to the current players that are representing them at, for example, a Durham women's first team, an Essex women's first team, and a Hampshire women's first team? There's a lot of players that have given a lot of time to the system, been in county setup since they were kids and played through. Now where do they go? That's something that I think needs to be thought through.
Here's Tom Laws in and bowling. Clipped away, beautiful shot in front of square, through mid-wicket by Jack Leaning. I was just thinking while I was off air that, you know, Jack Leaning was looking a little bit scratchy, hasn't really got a big score yet this summer. Almost like he needed to just grit it out a bit and kind of get through that tough period. It's that classic kind of the longer you stay there, the easier batting becomes. And
it looks like that, doesn't it?
Just starting to time a couple now, and that was a nice stroke.
It does. Nice shot from him.
Here is Laws once again. 83 for 2, Kent, leading 24. Lets his one go outside the off stump. I guess you've got some teams, say Southern Vipers or the Blaze, will effectively become Nottinghamshire, will effectively become Hampshire.
Like South East Stars would effectively become Surrey.
Yeah.
And then Sunrisers would effectively become Essex. But there's girls who are in those regions who may not be fully professional under the Sunrisers brand at the moment, but they are still representing Essex.
Here's a full delivery from Laws. It's down the ground. It's taken a stump out at the bowler's end. I don't know if Laws got a hand on it. Drummond was frantically groping for his ground there. I think he was fine. There was no kind of appeal from Surrey.
And it may not be affecting everyone. I think if you're part of a region and you're involved in the academy setup, so you'd be under 18s, then you will just be rebranded into a new name. But if you're not under that age group and you're still looking to play, and there's plenty of opportunities to, you're kind of, there's a certain age group that's going to be targeted here.
Yeah, here comes Laws. Defended away into the onside. I guess it's a question of whether you could have a Surrey second team in tiers 2 or 3.
I'd hope so, because I think there's so many players up and down the country that have spent so much time in the sport. They've given their heart and soul into it, and I don't think a lot of them are ready to say goodbye. And
well, you'd hope that this move doesn't discourage players from staying within the sport, for sure. Has 3 slips for Laws. Turned away into the onside by Jack Leaning. I guess geography is an interesting one, particularly when it comes to Durham.
Exactly.
Who will effectively take over the Northern Diamonds. Currently a team based in Leeds, only for Yorkshire to then get a team in 2 years' time. So a player's going to just move up to the northeast for 2 years and then come back again. And then where do Durham's players come from? And that one's an interesting one.
Yeah, so lots of questions yet to be answered. And
here comes Laws once again. 83 for 2, Kent here against Surrey as this one's driven away by Leaning. Day 1 the evening, we've got 13 overs to go, 4 off that over. And Leaning has 24, 49 for Drummond.
Yeah, lots of questions being asked amongst plenty of the players as well up and down the country, looking on social media. Something still need to be addressed, and it made me forget. I left in such a rush this morning that I was like, well, what's happening? Is this probably my last season? What's going on? Where do I go next year? And I was going to wear a t-shirt being top order batter available to the ground. So if anyone needs a top order batter, if the director of Women's and Girls Cricket at Kent is listening, and
just going to start being your own sort of personal
I might just have to. Going
to sort of book yourself in for a meeting with the powers that be while you go around the grounds commentating.
It's called networking these days. I think that's the term they use.
Network your way into a gig for next summer. So Worrell to continue, no sign of any spin just yet.
3 slips in place again now. Drummond on strike as Chaps' batter now just peers over his shoulder. Let's have a look at the fielders on the onside as we've got 2 mid-wickets in place in the ring, as in comes Worrell now, and it's a beautiful delivery outside the off stump. Bell Drummond looks to leave, and he does. Yeah, we've got 2 fielders at mid-wicket in the ring. Straight mid-wicket was Ryan Patel, and then probably 4 or 5 yards to his right, we've got another man at mid-wicket, which can't quite make out from here. Could be because I do need to go and get my eye test done.
I mean, they are a fair way away from us as well, in fairness. But yeah, they do have 2 straight-ish mid-wickets.
Worrell in again. And Bell Drummond defends as this one just squirts to point.
Just a couple of emails, by the way. Felix getting in touch saying, I must have missed this news. Can you tell me why Sam Billings isn't playing? He's only white ball contracted now. That was a decision he made in the off-season. So he's not playing 4-day cricket, just T20 effectively for Kent because of his involvement with 100. Won't play in the one-day cup. Unless I guess that scheduling gets changed moving forward.
Here's Worrell in. And this time again, this one straightens up on Bell Drummond. He watches it late and just opens the face of the bat, plays it down towards gully.
With that in mind, Barry's email, Barry from Dimchurch, is relevant because he says, can you tell me now who is Kent's backup keeper to Harry Finch now that Jordan Cox has departed, and obviously Ollie Robinson has departed as well when Sam Billings is not available in this format, as I mentioned. He says, I've looked but I can't find another wicketkeeper in the entire squad. There isn't one. Not that it's under contract. As things stand for 4-day cricket, they haven't gone into the market to get someone.
Here's Worrell to Bell Drummond, and there's a appeal of some sorts. It's not convincing enough. It seemed it was pretty much just Worrell fighting his own cause.
He survived a couple of LBW appeals for Bell Drummond that have been a little bit tight. The one from Laws that kept a little bit low maybe was just sliding down. That one possibly the same. That'd be the umpire's thinking. But the lad that kept wicket for the second team over the last couple of weeks for Kent, I believe is a former Lancashire youngster. They've become the new county with all the keepers.
Here's Worrell in again, and this one a bit of width outside the off stump, and it's punched through. It beats the fielder at extra cover, and it's going to make its way down towards the boundary. It does indeed. The ball dies as soon as it hits the rope. And Daniel Bell Drummond brings up his half century, 53 of 75 deliveries. And he goes out into the middle, gives his partner Jack Leaning at the other end a fist pump. Now makes his way back. Been looking in good touch. Bell Drummond, Kent 87 for 2.
Yeah, a couple of hundreds to start off the season against the Kookaburra, and now he's got a 50 against the Dukes and against Kent's oldest rivals.
And this one just played to point, and it brings up the end of the over. 87 for 2 after 27. Some drinks are being run on, and also looks like we're getting some pads and helmets being run on, so might see some spin, some men round the bat.
Yeah, looks like we are going to see it now. Some protective clobber coming out, and Cam Steele's going to come into the attack, the leg spinner from this pavilion end. So 12 overs minimum remaining in the day's play, and we're going to see spin for the first time. Yeah, so the lad who actually kept wicket for Kent in the twos the last couple of weeks is Jack Carney, former England under-19. He's only just fairly recently turned 19 actually, from Buckinghamshire, but has previously played Lancs second 11. Yeah, Lancashire now have got half a team of wicketkeeper batters. Embarrassment of riches. Likes of Matty Hurst coming through. Lavelle was playing second team for them last week. George Bell. They've become the new Kent with all the... That's the breeding ground for wicketkeepers, it seems, Lancashire. So Steele then for the first time in the game, and we've been talking about the Kookaburra versus the Dukes. He's had a fair bit of joy thus far this season. Cam Steele with the Kookaburra ball, which has brought spin into the equation. Like it hasn't been seen in early season previously, as this one is a flat delivery, which Leaning goes back and defends. Away into the offside, Dan Lawrence as well, pushing his case to be utilised as a genuine all-rounder with his off-spin, and then steal the front-line spinner with his leg spin. Will Jacks away at the IPL, of course. This one's cut away off the back foot by Jack Leaning. There is a sweeper on the offside, so he will tidy things up. Leaning will move to 25. And Bell Drummond has 53 and is about to take strike. Have a switch in the commentary box in a moment. We'll get Dan back in. Long off. Oh, here's Dan Lawrence. He's just wandering back to go field 10-15 yards in from the rope. He's not all the way. As Steele bowls. Bell Drummond punches it hard into the covers. Is that Jamie Overton that stuck out a paw and got a hand on it?
I think he did get a hand on it. It was struck rather firmly. He did a good job, otherwise that ball was going to be travelling at a much faster speed.
Yeah, might have got two if he hadn't got a hand on it. Would have possibly been cut off by Lawrence. One slip. Back goes Leaning, steers it away off the back foot out to that sweeper again on the offside for another single. So 26 for him, 54 for Bell Drummond. Kent, remember, were 9 for 2 at one stage. They're now 90 for 2. Worrell getting the 2 early wickets. Late evening sunshine here in Canterbury after a day of rain delays. This one pushed away out behind square on the offside. We only managed, of course, 11 balls in the first stint of play that we saw here. Been interesting looking at some of the scores elsewhere. Lancashire struggling a little bit, 131 for 8 against Essex at Chelmsford. There's Steele bowls, all pulled away into the onside by Bell Drummond. Didn't quite time it, so there's a fielder out there. It will just be one. Warwickshire are 321 for 2. Alex Davis continuing his form. Actually was out for 149. Nottinghamshire were 193 all out at Taunton. Somerset 72 without loss in reply. Sean Dixon on the brink of a half century, the former Kent man. Worcestershire are 30 for 2, having earlier bowled Durham out for 244. Former Kent wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson made 55 from 43 balls with 6 fours and 3 sixes. Pretty brisk knock from him. In Division 2, Middlesex bowled Yorkshire all out for 159 and 37 for 2 in reply at Lords. Leicestershire 110 for 2 against Derbyshire. Glamorgan 170 for 6 against Northants. Gloucestershire 259 for 5 against Sussex at Hove. Dan Whiting's back with me.
Dan Whiting and Dan Worrell nearly sneaks one through. The defence is there of Daniel Bell Drummond. These two have impressed me, actually. They look all right. You know, they're quite different in their styles. Bell Drummond preferring width outside the off stump. Leaning, you don't bowl to him around his legs at all. He'll just, you know, put you down that hill all day long if you bowl to him around leg stump, won't he?
Yeah, he's got a nice temperament, Jack Leaning. He's been a key player in the middle order. Perhaps hasn't got the full weight of runs that he would like, but it's a nice contrast to some of the other Kent batters.
Worrell, that's a good leave by Bell Drummond. Gareth Batty and Alex Stewart, actually, just walking around downstairs.
Yeah, one of them have got the Surrey beanie, the Surrey branded woolly bobble hat on.
Yeah, and I don't know if Surrey have bowled maybe with a little bit too much width. I think they possibly didn't have the luck early on. I think a few went down to third, but they got quite disheartened and then bowled wider and wider. Worrell makes Bell Drummond defend, keeping him honest there.
I think I was expecting it to be a fairly decent batting surface. Kent want to bring spin into the game as it goes on, with having signed Matt Parkinson in the off-season. And then my other theory was that maybe it's a little bit chilly for it to actually be swinging around that much.
Yeah.
Sometimes the ball doesn't really swing when there's a bit of a nip in the air. The new ball did do something, didn't it? For
it certainly did.
Worrell.
It certainly did. Here he comes, the man known as Frankie. As that is played down the hill there by Bell Drummond. Great stop by Jordan Clark.
He's got the sort of full Aussie mullet look going on at the moment, hasn't he, Jordan Clark? He looks like Wes Agar, but just in Surrey gear.
He's from Cumbria, but maybe it's the fashion and sort of from Carlisle to Keswick.
It has been there's a few. I think there's Sam Hain. He's got the mullet on the go. Ben Green, sort of mullet and tash.
The worst one's Ollie Carter at Sussex.
Wow.
I mean, that is horrendous.
That's true.
Here's Worrell coming in. That's defended straight back to him. Worrell coming in past umpire Michael Burns. Yeah, if you're at home listening and you want to see Ollie Carter, go and Google him, and it's pretty a horrendous sight. It's
rat tail. Is that unfair?
Yeah, along with a moustache combo.
Yeah.
Which is doing him no favours. He looks like a
Aussie rules player.
there's something Australian. There's something 1980s.
Okay.
There's something potentially northern. Bell Drummond squirts that one outside down to third. I don't think it's going to go away for 4. It runs away over those practice pitches. They think about a third run.
As in sort of kind of from a bygone musical era type style of, from a certain part of the country, or I don't know.
Yes, it's not great. It's not, what you'd expect. 'Cause Brighton's quite a cool place, isn't it?
It's a bit
Quite,
edgy.
yeah, it's like got a little bit about it, and I've just got visions of Ollie Carter with his mullet moustache and his tracksuit on. it's like no.
It's probably not a look to have with the tracksuit necessarily.
No,
probably wants to be wearing something more fashionable.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's also got the loudest gloves. They're like cymbals behind the sticks, and he bangs them together, encouraging his bowlers. But he no longer has the gloves because John Simpson has gone down there,
That's
taken
true.
over as skipper from.
Got some runs as well, didn't
Yeah,
he?
he got 200 last week in his second game.
Fantastic keeper, great technique. 10 overs to go in the day. Oh, that's tossed up by Steele, brilliantly fielded by. I think it is the man with the mullet that we've been discussing.
No, it's Ryan Patel. Yeah.
No, he's got the beard, Ryan Patel, but not the tash and the mullet. It was a really good stop from him away to his left to stop runs. Oh wow! Just seen the latest Ollie Carter look. So this one's turned away into the onside for a single. It's The Huddle now on BBC Radio Kent. If you want to have a listen, if you've never heard it before, it's our new Friday night sports show that warms you up for the sporting weekend ahead. We've just started that November time. So the order of the play here, Matt, has been, well, we've certainly had a rain interruption, and Kent struggled in the early stages of their batting innings, having been asked to bat first by the visitors, Surrey, the defending champions, of course, in the county championship, and they took 2 early wickets. Dan Worrell with the Dukes back in his hand, getting rid of Zach Crawley on his first appearance of the county championship season. Just 5 runs he made from 5 balls before a thick edge to third slip. He was out. Ben Compton, the opener, who made his first-class best last week of 165 against Essex. He walked across his stumps and was adjudged LBW for 3. But from 9 for 2, Kent have gone on to 97 for 2, thanks to their in-form new club captain, Daniel Bell Drummond. Hundreds in both of the first 2 rounds of matches. He's 60 not out. Jack Leaning is there as his foil up the other end. A slightly more patient 27 from 62 balls from the Yorkshireman. So Kent have put in some good resistance at the late stages of this day. We've still got 9 overs to go. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Kent on the fringes of making 3 figures. 97 for 2 here against Surrey. That one from Leaning, going on the back foot, just pushing it straight back down the pitch. Collected by bowler Cam Steele. And the end of the over.
Yeah, a couple of them bounced, that sort of, as there seems to be. I wonder if that rain earlier has just deadened it a little bit.
I thought it would zip about a little bit earlier on as well. I thought it might sweat under the covers because we only had the tarpaulin sheet. It's been quite a windy day down here in the darkest, deepest Kent.
Yeah, the Garden of England. I thought
The
you were going to
Garden
say
of England. Yes, the Garden of England.
Yeah, sometimes it does do that actually. Here, the pitch will sort of liven up post a downpour, having been underneath the covers. But they didn't have the full covers, did they? They just had sheets. They just had some matting and sheets, and I wonder if that played a part.
I think it's too windy for the roll-on, roll-off covers, you know. So here's Worrell coming in past umpire Michael Burns as all turns Bell Drummond a little there. Maybe a little bit of shape. Well bowled. 97 for 2. These two are put on 78. And it is a recovery. It's a very good recovery.
Yeah, I think from 9 for 2, you're probably, as a home fan, slightly fearing of the Surrey onslaught and ripping through. And we've already talked about Kent having a pretty long tail from 8 downwards.
It's like a brontosaurus, I think. It's according to the gentleman in the pavilion here. That's a shot out to mid-on. Goes to Rory Burns.
His analogy or yours?
Mine, actually,
I
but
like
I can't repeat what he said because we're on BBC. It's before the watershed, so I won't repeat what he said.
Yeah, I think I described it as you've probably got 4 batters who are really numbers 10 or 11, really.
Yeah, yeah.
Chaz Singer's a couple of places too high at number 8. Although he can hold a batter. But what do I think you read out his career average earlier, didn't you? Is it 9 or something?
Yeah. Yeah, 7, I think.
Okay, less than that.
Worrell in, and that's played out to Rory Burns at mid-on, and they scamper through for a single. I thought you said Jazz Singer there. I thought you were talking about Neil Diamond for a second.
Yeah, it's you have to be careful. His full name is, of course, Jaskaran Singer, a Bexley cricket club. He came through, but yeah, everyone calls him Jazz for short.
One of the strongest sides in Kent, have been for a number of years as well. Did Min Patel come through?
Yeah, I think
Bexley
you're right.
as well back in the day. Very strong cricket club. Worrell in, and that's played again through that region. I reckon there's been 40 or 50 runs come in backward of square on the offside, and that brings up the 100 for Kent in the 31st over in a shade just over 2 hours. And these two have batted very, very well, and they deserve the applause that's ringing out from still quite a healthy crowd who've hung around into the evening.
They've been patient, haven't they? The
They
supporters,
certainly
they've
have.
been sat around in the pretty cold conditions here to wait to see their team bat. Club captain and the vice captain delivering at the moment.
Bell Drummond rocks onto the front foot, pushes it out to Kemar Roach at mid-off.
Yeah, just in terms of Bexley, other names you might know, Adam Ball, who was a Kent player for a few years, all-rounder, and then Adam Riley, both hail from that club as well.
An off-spinner.
Yes,
yeah,
and I think both are still playing for Bexley as well, and actually they won the national 50-over comp a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
With Adam Riley captaining the side.
That's wide from Worrell, and that's wobbled a little bit. And Folks doesn't take that cleanly. In fact, he's looking at his hand. He's okay, but he didn't take that completely cleanly. It was like late swing after the stumps, which is often has foxed many a good wicket keeper over the years. So there's been some strong club cricket down here in Kent. I mean, Beckenham, Rob Key came through Beckenham. I think Derek Underwood was at Farnborough Cricket Club, wasn't he? And then I think went to Beckenham at some point.
Possibly.
But yeah, there's been some good, strong cricket down there. HSBC were a decent side down there for a while.
I think Ollie Robinson, who's now at Durham, did he come through at Bexley and has played at Beckenham as well, possibly?
Yeah, I've got a feeling he's from Bexley Heath, that area.
Yeah, Alex Blake's definitely played for Beckenham. I think he's back at Hayes now.
We can see Kemar Roach come into the attack from the pavilion end.
It's
I'm not surprised that Surrey are going back to Roach. Surprising maybe that we only bowled the one spell earlier on. So he's going to change ends and try his luck from the pavilion end. Former West Indies fast bowler, and back goes. Leaning to defend into the offside.
Lordswood were not a bad side. The Moat.
Well, you looked it up, didn't you? That Lordswood won the Kent Premier Division last year.
The Moat. They used to be a strong side.
Back in the day, they had
Kent used to play there at Maidstone, didn't they?
Matt Coles came from the Moat.
Yeah.
In terms of the most recent Kent player, I think, to come through there. Here's Guimar Roach, left alone outside the off stump
That's the cricketer, not the guy who works with you at
Exactly.
BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, slight difference. Matt Coles and Matt Kohler.
Oh, right, okay.
So yeah, but he gets that all the time.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Kent have played at numerous grounds. This is for BBC London. They don't play at Dover anymore, at the Crabble or Folkestone. There's a lovely picture of Alan Knott there with the North Downs behind him at Folkestone, which is...
A couple of slips for Roach. Leedy comes forward, lets it go. Yeah, Moat would have been one of the more recent ones. So I think when T20 cricket started, Kent was still playing at the Moat. Remember going down there to watch a game. At this point, players had, I think that's my effects mic that's made that noise in the wind. They had nicknames on the back of shirts when T20 first started.
I mean, that's Village, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's Village.
Yeah. And I remember Andrew Simon's getting some runs at the Moat. This one's defended away. I think he opened the batting with a 3D possibly from memory. But anyway, yeah, in recent years, Kent have stopped playing at the Moat, stopped playing at the Neville Ground in Tunbridge Wells. Although second team cricket's going back there this year, which is good news.
Wonderful rhododendrons. Yeah.
Yeah, the Neville Ground.
But they played
this
all
time
over.
of year, or a little bit maybe next month, probably more the rhododendrons, I think. As Roach is in again and on the stumps and leaning, as you mentioned, down strong through that mid-wicket area, and Surrey have stuck a couple of fielders in there as a result.
But they've played, I mean, I remember Kent playing at Gravesend, at Blackheath.
Yeah, absolutely, all over the county.
Yeah. Surrey as well. Surrey have played at numerous outgrounds. They've played at...
I guess they still do because of
only Guildford.
the Oval getting taken over at times. There's full delivery, which is defended away by Jack Leaning. End of the over, 7 overs to go in the day. Maiden over that, in fact, from Guimar Roach. Kent are definitely not 191 for 2, as it says on the manual scoreboard. I think somebody needs to just give the pulleys an extra tug. They're 101 for 2. Yeah, that number needs to go around one more.
So it's actually, that scoreboard is still on the string numbers.
Yeah, still fully manually operated.
Yeah. Wonderful. I've seen club cricketers, many a club cricketer come into the scoreboard or score
hut.
Score hut.
Yeah,
yes.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Score box.
Score box.
Yeah.
That's the word I'm looking
Yeah.
for. That's the word I'm looking for. And many have ended up with those strings in their hand, having yanked them too hard, and just left with a string in their hand.
Yes, Kent have just, sorry, I'll get there in a minute. Sorry, just swapped their slip fielders around, it looks like.
Worrell in, and that's defended there by Bell Drummond on 63 now. Playing skipper's knock here.
Who's gone in at first slip? Sibley's at second.
Yeah, Sibley's at second. Is it Jamie Smith, possibly?
Yeah, I think quite possibly.
Yeah. Got his back to us at the moment, so it's hard to...
Yeah, they've got their cable knit jumpers on as well, haven't they? So we can't see the numbers.
Yeah. Rather unsporting of them, but there you go.
No, I do like the cable knit jumpers.
I like a cable knit.
They look good.
That's just defended out into the offside there by Bell Drummond. Yeah, I mean, it's... Cricket fashion is changing, and we've discussed it with Nicky Chowdhury earlier over the day. And one thing that remains is the cable knit amongst certain counties, and they won't go elsewhere. Middlesex a cable knit, Somerset a cable knit, Surrey a cable knit. I don't know about Kent. Are Kent cable knit?
They certainly were. I think they still are.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just look out towards the two batters, you can't actually see their numbers because of the jumps they got.
Short ball from Worrell. Bill Drummond thinks about taking it on. Got a deep square out there for him. I wonder if they're just going to test his resolve here into the evening session and see how much patience he's got. He's got a deep square. He's got a deep backward square as well, with Jordan Clark lurking out there. He's got two slips. He's got a backward point. He's got a extra cover or a wide mid-off where Kemar Roach is patrolling a mid-wicket, and Rory Burns is directing his troops from mid-on. Worrell just a little bit of shape away as Folks throws the ball to Sibley, who wasn't expecting it, and has to juggle it somewhat.
It was a little bit hot potato-esque, wasn't it?
It was a little, yeah. You're listening to Ben Watts on BBC Kent, Dan Whiting, BBC London, in this clash between these two old rivals, the A2 derby.
Do they call it that?
No, I've just made it up. It will forever be known now as the A2 derby. Worrell comes in. Oh, that's a good delivery.
I don't quite know how that's missed the off stump or the outside edge.
Yeah, that's not a million miles away from everything. Or Ben Folkes left scrambling. Can't believe it's probably missed everything. But missed everything it has, and Bill Drummond is still here on 63.
Yeah, quite. A couple of emails, which I'll get to in a moment, but Surrey fans, feel free to join in, kentcricket@gmail.com. It's not an exclusively Kent email, as the name suggests. Welcome to all of our listeners.
Just defended, and they're going to scamper through for a single. Roach a little bit on his heels there at mid-off, and they get through. So Surrey have played at numerous outgrounds as well. Charterhouse School was one of them, which was home of certain PBH May. He was alumni of that, where Surrey had played. I think they played at Cheam as well, and they've played at Tolworth as well. But I think it was the Decker Ground. Everyone thinks of Surrey as a commuter stockbroking belt, but I think that was a factory ground there, as Kemar Roach.
Here's Roach running away from us now as full delivery, and Bell Drummond is forward, defends, and Roach fields of his own bowling and looks up towards the umpire. So he's asking a question, but I'm not really sure. There's a little bit of confusion.
Probably where's the best place to go for dinner in Canterbury on an evening, perhaps?
Where is the best
I
place
don't know.
to go to?
I'm gonna find out.
You'll find out. You'll explore Canterbury and then report back.
Indeed, indeed. Nikki Chowdhury's joined us. I should have introduced you. How rude of me, Nikki. I do apologise.
I forgive you now, Dan. It's all right. He'll have to make a mistake once, as here's Roach running away from us, and Bell Drummond is forward and again defends to extra cover. Got any dinner plans tonight?
I'm going to go out for an Indian. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to filling my boots, as they say. I'll be like a batter on a flat batting track.
That's a good way of describing it. I'm always a bit iffy about going out for an Indian, you know. As here's Roach again, past the umpire, full delivery, and Bell Drummond leans into this solid front foot defence.
What are your reasons behind that?
So, I must say I'm quite grateful that I get a lot of good Indian food at home.
Okay, yeah.
So then going out to eat Indian food, I always think it has to be better than the food I get at home. Otherwise, what's the point in going out to eat it when I could just make it myself? As here's Roach once again, in and full delivery, and this one just coming into Bell Drummond a little bit. He looks to flick it in front of mid-wicket, and it's fielded immediately, so it's another dot in the book.
Yeah, I get that, and you know, I've been speaking to people, you know, from other backgrounds where their parents have come to the country, come to the UK, and you know, people from the Chinese community as well have also have the same ilk, you know, where.
Exactly, you become a picky eater, as here's Roach one more time, and this was a beautiful delivery, and it beats everything of Bell Drummond's into the gloves of folks. And yeah, so I'm always a bit skeptical, and found a few good ones, but I always, if it's Indian food, I don't think that anything beats better quality Indian food than home cooked Indian food.
No, okay. Well, you're back here on Monday. We look forward to being
fed and watered.
Treated to pakoras, samosas,
I
onion
wouldn't bring you
bhajis.
pakoras because they could get soggy, but we'll see. We'll see. You'll be in for a surprise. As here's Roach, and this one again just played into the onside to mid-on, and it brings up the end of the over. A maiden over from Kemar Roach. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 21 runs yet to join the wicket column. And Kent, 192 for 2. But yeah, we'll see. If you remember to introduce me next time, you might just get yourself some homemade Indian food.
Yes, indeed, indeed.
Apologies, not 192. The scoreboard is still playing up. It's 102. I did think, I was like, did I just really zone off in those few overs?
No. Just haven't been a load of runs in the...
The manual scoreboard is a little bit ahead of us at the moment. It's already manifesting the runs for Kent.
Maybe it's predicting what's going to happen tomorrow.
Who knows?
These two have done very well, haven't they?
They have indeed. They've done really well. They've stuck it out, and we've seen some beautiful shots, especially from Bell Drummond as well, and Jack leaning a few of his flicks into the onside of, and good to see.
Tom Laws is coming back into the attack and comes in past umpire Michael Burns as leaning plays that out to Kemar Roach, who finds himself stationed at extra cover.
But I do hope you enjoy your meal tonight, and if it is a good restaurant, might have to try it out.
Well, I'll report back. Report back to you without a shadow of a doubt. Laws just straying onto the pads of leaning, who's very strong in that region, and works him down the hill here. Goes away for a single.
The other thing for me personally, it has to be extremely spicy. So if it doesn't meet the spice threshold, I'm gonna have to just... I'm fuming. I'm not a happy bunny.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Cam. I'm definitely with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You like your spicy food?
I do. Laws. Oh, that's beaten Bell Drummond outside the off stump. And he looks again perplexed and just sort of lost somewhat. He's got this look when he plays and misses of being absolutely dumbfounded that he's actually missed it.
But it's deliveries like those that you don't really know what much more you can do, as long as you get the basics right.
Yeah.
Don't play outside the line. If the bowler is going to bowl a good ball, you let it go and just smile.
Laws in. That's down the leg side as Folks goes scrambling across. Doesn't take it cleanly, but stops it from going for byes. Ground's bathed in glorious sunshine now. Up until 4:15, we'd only seen 11 balls of action all day. And now...
I always bring the rain with me. Pretty sure most of the grounds I've gone to do some commentary, I've taken the rain with me.
Laws short outside the off stump, and Bell Drummond pushes that one through the offside off the back foot, and he's going to get 4 runs. Takes the score up to 107 for 2. Well, you know, Monday, please don't bring the rain with you, but please bring the samosas with you, all right?
Oh, I'm sorry, I can tell you now, you're not getting any samosas. That's a whole day's work.
Oh. Well, you gotta push your luck a little bit, haven't you? You gotta try.
I'll get you some pre-cooked ones.
Laws. Yeah, there's a supermarket in the corner of this ground, and no doubt that I'll be probably getting some ones from there, if I'm lucky. That completes the over. 107 for 2. Bell Drummond, he's got 68 of 107 balls. Jack Leaning being a little bit more watchful. He's got 29 of 73. Laws is none for 24 off 7. Kemar Roach, none for 21 off 8. And there's 4 overs left in the day.
And there are no clouds in sight, although the moon is actually making an appearance, which looks like it's just peeking through. Looks nice.
Well, there's a famous saying from a very famous game of cricket. I'll come on to it after this ball from Kemar Roach.
Here he is, to Jack Leaning, who's forward and drives. Doesn't really get close to the ball, but does well to manage with his hands as it's pushed to extra cover.
The game in the Gillette Cup from 1973 between Gloucestershire and Lancashire, played in the dark, which I'm sure a few of our listeners will remember. And it was, it was almost pitch black towards the end. You just could not sort of hardly see it.
Here's Roach Leaning again, running away from us this time and left alone outside the off stump into the gloves of Folks.
And Gloucestershire wanted to come off, or sorry, Lancashire I think wanted to come off for the light, and the umpire Arthur Jepson said, "You're not coming off now." I said, "I can see the moon. How far do you want to see?"
But 2 slips in place here. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. Another wider short mid-wicket and a fine leg as this one's pushed through. Left alone by Leaning. Once again, it's another dot in the book. Kent 107 for 2. Just under 4 overs left to go as the sun shines bright in Canterbury. Hurrah, finally we have got sunshine. It was a long morning, a long afternoon watching the rain come down. And drinking lots of coffee. Too much caffeine as here's Roach in again, and this one left alone by Leaning.
Surrey would like to winkle out one more, I think, before the close of play. Just get one more wicket.
That would be ideal for them. But fun fact for you, Dan, actually.
Go on. I
Talking
like a fun fact.
about the food. Did you know I actually started my own catering company during the lockdown period?
Wow.
I did. I was catering Indian food. Left, right and centre as here's Roach again. Passes the umpire through his action and Leaning's forward, defends into the offside. I did.
And was it a success?
It was you know what? I'm not trying to big myself up here, but
Yeah.
I was so busy that I had to say no and then stop doing it, because there was a point when the orders I was getting just wasn't manageable for me to do it all on my own.
Oh, wow. Well, that's...
And it became rather stressful, and then I kind of got sick of Indian food myself, because
you?
there's only so much butter chicken one can cook. As here's Roach in again, and straight to delivery. It watched well by Leaning as he digs it out, and it brings up the end of the over. Another maiden over here from Kemar Roach. 9 overs, 5 maidens now, 21 runs given as Surrey quickly make their way through to the next over, getting themselves ready. Kent 107 for 2. 36 overs gone, 3 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah. Roach has been tidy without being threatening, I'd say. He's been economical and he's been there or thereabouts, but hasn't really looked like, you know, taking a wicket. The one who looks threatening is Worrell. Worrell has been the best bowler for Surrey today by quite a long way. But here's Laws, promising 21-year-old. Again, just straying onto the pads though. One of those grounds, Canterbury, I think you've got to get used to bowling on it with the slope, because it can go. There's the 100 partnership, and well batted. Daniel Bell Drummond and Jack Leaning. Really good innings. Bell Drummond moves into the 70s with that cheeky little 2 down the hill. That scoreboard's still not right over there, is it? It's now 2 runs behind. Ah, that's got to be close. Beldrummond's gone. Laws has trapped him, LBW, trying to work one down the slope, and it just holds its line. And Beldrummond trapped right in front of middle stump there, and departs for a very good 70 runs.
Very good knock there from Daniel Beldrummond, and just seemed from where we are, he just planted his foot across him a little bit too much, and he's got done right in front by Tom Laws.
Yeah, I think he thought that was going to be another one that just went down the slope slightly, and Laws has brought it back up the hill, and
probably just overbalancing with his head and getting himself a little bit stuck, and unfortunately he will have to depart. He's been absolutely magnificent this afternoon. 70 in the books for him as the Kent fans cheer him out. Round of applause, as you can hear around the ground.
Yeah, he's deserves that, and still quite a few fans have stayed here well into the evening session. Loyal bunch down here, and they've managed to
The sun is
cling on in the
shining.
evening.
Where else would you
Yeah.
want to be?
Well,
Surrey versus
exactly.
Kent, the county championship, Div 1. The list could go on.
I mean,
It's a Friday night. You could go out for dinner afterwards. You could go to the pub. It's cricket, cricket, and just more cricket.
yeah, and it's wonderful, isn't it? Wonderful to be back in the evening sunshine. We've got a night watchman, or is it a night hawk these days? George Garrett has come to the crease. Left-hander from Shrewsbury School, which has produced the likes of James Taylor in the past, and Jack Shantry and Adam Shantry, I think both went to Shrewsbury School. And Garrett has come here from Warwickshire, where he's been on the fringes of the side and looking to play more first-team cricket. Left-hander, tall, rangy. Made his debut for Warwickshire back in 2019. Laws is going to go around the wicket to him. Short, outside the off-stump. Garrett has nothing to do with that one.
Not interested at all.
Not interested, no, not at all. Absolutely nothing to do with it whatsoever. So we've got 2.5 overs left. Can Garrett survive? Where's your pocket money on Nicky Chowdhury?
I think it depends where Surrey bowl to him. If they continue bowling like that delivery from Tom Laws, you might see him surviving, but should we get it a little bit straighter, get Garrett to play at the ball, get him thinking, do I play at this, do I go forward, and hopefully that can cause a mistake. And if you're going to go short, you'd want to go tight on him. Short and wide, he can leave it alone all day. He doesn't have to bother about it.
Here he comes. Yeah, I think Rory Burns got the same mindset as you. That was just defending into the offside because they put a leg slip in here. So I wonder if they're going to be aiming it at his rib cage and looking to maybe get him to nudge one around that corner and get snaffled at leg slip.
So not, because it's not a nice line, especially you're short at the body. Like, it is a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And if that's where Surrey looked to bowl, they could get another one before close of play. But a little bit of width makes it slightly easier for Garrett.
Laws in. Has he nicked that? No, he hasn't. It goes through to Ben Folkes. Yeah, I mean, it's... Do you reckon we might even see a night watchman for the night watchman?
I was going to say... Is there like an understudy to the night watchman?
Assistant night watchman.
Assistant deputy night watchman.
Pseudo night watchman.
I think the caffeine's getting to us now,
I think so. I think it might be time for close of play pretty soon.
This is why, ladies and gentlemen, you do not drink caffeine after midday.
Garrett about to face Laws on the hunt for his second wicket. Down the leg side, there's a half an appeal, more of a polite inquiry. As umpire Michael Burns replies in the negative. 109 for 3. Daniel Beldrummond, the man just out for 70. After a couple of early wickets fell to Dan Worrell early on, he Nicked off Zach Crawley at second slip, and he had Ben Compton LBW. And then Bell Drummond fell in the same fashion just in the last over after 100 partnership between him and Jack Leaning. Leaning still here, he's holding firm on 29 off just shy of 80 balls as Kemar Roach's about to take us underway.
Here's Roach Leaning, tall in his stance once again, is forward and defends, and Roach just decides to jump out the way of that as the ball dribbles down to mid-off. I think that's Dan Worrell who picks it up and gives it a little bit of a shine on the back of his thigh now, which is no longer white, so the washing machine's got a little bit of extra work to do.
Yeah, I've just noticed that Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent has got a rather similar coat to me, and I must not go home with his gilet.
See, it's all about the fashion. The gilet is in fashion. As here's Roach now, once again past the umpire. It's defended by Leaning, who looks to have intent, but it's gone directly to point, and it's another dot in the book.
Who would you say's had the better day here today? And I'm not talking me or you, I'm talking, you know, Kent or Surrey.
Not personally.
No, not personally.
Ooh. I don't think Surrey's had that bad a day, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
Here's Roach running away from us now to Leaning, and this one's just turned into the onside towards square leg. They will quickly nip a single.
I think it's pretty even Stevens. I think if
there was one more wicket to be lost,
it
I
would be
think
Surrey.
it would be Surrey.
Yeah, especially if it was Leaning as well.
Yes, and I think the partnership has done Kent a huge deal, and that's kept that on that 50-50 region. Should they lose another wicket, then definitely I'd say it's Surrey's day. But should they continue, I think it's pretty even.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, at the moment, it's going to be a night watchman, Garrett, to face Roach, who's round the wicket now. It's a short ball, and he's done a good job to duck underneath this one. Whew, watch that well. It was literally following him. Garrett ducks it and just about falls back on his own feet. He doesn't hit the ground, but he loses balance.
It nearly decapitated him. Garrett was garroted.
But that's where you'd want to be bowling now. If you're bowling to the night watchman, you're Kemar Roach, it's short at his body. Something like that, a mistake from Garrett, he'll fend off. You've got 4 slips in place right now, low and ready to catch us. Here's Roach, and this one's just edged out towards third. They will get a single. Garrett hesitating to take the one, and Jack Leaning made it very clear that he'll come on to strike now, and the score moves on to 111. You've got Nelson.
Oh, are you superstitious?
I am superstitious,
yeah,
but not too superstitious. I think I'm balanced. I don't go crazy about it.
Yeah. What I would do when I played club cricket is I would be in a horrendous run of form quite regularly throughout my career.
There's always a certain way of how I'd pad up. I'll always put my left pad on before, but that's not just because it's a superstition. As here's Roach in, and Leaning is forward and defends. Full face of the bat to bring up the end of the over. It is 38 overs gone. Kent 111 for 3, and Leaning 30 to his name, and Garrett to the night watchman on 1.
Yeah, I would go through stages of putting your left pad on first, putting your right pad on first, putting your...
Is it a superstition, though? Is it a routine?
No, it's a superstition, and then you get yourself, you score runs doing it that way, and you think, right, I've got to do it that way, I've got to do it that way, and then you go into an inevitable run of bad form, and you swap it around to try and change your luck.
If you don't score runs, though, one day, and then you're just going to throw the entire routine out the window because it can't work.
Yeah.
One bad innings just defies the law.
Yeah.
But there's a funny story, actually, when I was younger. I'll tell you about it after this delivery.
Last over of the day, Tom Law's in, Garrett defends, and that's no run.
I think when I was younger, I was maybe not superstitious, but I used it as a trick. So one day before a match, I remember stopping down at the services, and I got myself a coffee frappuccino, and I scored runs. And then it
Okay.
became a thing that I told my parents I need a coffee frappuccino before the game. And this entire summer, I was fueled by coffee frappuccinos for a game. It was brilliant.
Oh, that's nibbled round the corner. He's going to get 4 runs for that. No, he's not. It's a great bit of footwork there by Jordan Clark. That cuts off the boundary. Resplendent in his mullet, showing all the skills of all the famous Carlisle United footballers over the years. Glenn Murray, yeah, he's one from Cumbria. There's a few Cumbrian cricketers have done the rounds. One who plied his trade down here for a while, Paul Nixon, came from that neck of the woods. Jack White at Northants at the moment, he's Cumbrian, as Laws comes in around the wicket and Garrett leaves that. But Laws is aiming at that region of Garrett, round his rib cage, and he's looking at the leg slip, the leg gully. And they've actually moved him to leg gully, and if they'd kept him in there at leg slip, potentially there a catch. Anyway, it's moved the score off Nelson. No, it hasn't. Was that a dead ball, actually? I think that might have been a dead ball because he wasn't playing a shot. I wonder if it's come off his rib cage and without him playing a shot, because the scoreboard hasn't moved.
I assume they would have run, though, because that would have put Leaning on strike.
No. That's left alone outside the off stump. Maybe they didn't run at all. They thought it was going to go away for 4. They could have got 2.
Especially how long it took Jordan Clark to get round and then run past the ball, then run
Yeah.
back and then underarm it back to Ben, folks.
I thought Clark was a tad casual with his fielding there. So maybe...
Did feel like a bit of Friday night fielding.
You did. You felt more Sunday afternoon fielding. Laws in, and that's outside the off stump. Garrett plays and misses. So, one more ball left in this day. Nelson, 111 for 3, Kentar, having had a staccato day where we've been on, off, waiting for the covers to come off. We finally got some action. We finally got 39 overs. As Laws comes in, Garrett defends, and that will be that for day 1. Nikki, good day's cricket in the end.
It has been a good day's cricket. We've got some good cricket to watch after the rain that pretty much interrupted the starts of the day, and now Kent end the day 111 for 3. And pretty even Stevens, as we mentioned. A great knock from Daniel Bell-Drummond, 70, and then unfortunately had to depart. He got trapped LBW by Tom Laws. And Jack Leaning was a supporting act in that partnership, and he's still out there in the middle, 30 to his name, and Kent will really hope that he stays out there for as long as possible tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we saw Dan Worrell come on and just do Dan Worrell things, really.
Dan Worrell just doing Dan Worrell things.
Remove the openers. Compton LBW. Zach Crawley nicking off at second slip, fending one off to second slip there until that partnership that rebuilt the Kent innings between Jack Leaning and Daniel Bell-Drummond. Bell-Drummond fell just before the close. He departed LBW for 70, and George Garrett comes in at night watchman. He's 1 night out. He'll resume in the morning with Jack Leaning, who's 30 not out of 83 balls. Tom Laws with 1 for 26, and Worrell with the other 2 wickets. We'll be back on air tomorrow morning at 5 to 11. Nikki Chowdhury will be back on Monday, I believe. So
fingers crossed.
Yeah, but I'll be here, Dan Whiting, on BBC London, and we'll have live coverage here from the Spitfire St Lawrence Ground at Canterbury between these 2 old rivals. We'll see you tomorrow morning.